Chapter 11:26, Conspiracy. Su Ping observed the golden gourd. He detected a law-based seal on it, but it wasn't very powerful. Even he could lift it with ease. "Tell her to come out then," Su Ping said to the fat kid. The latter shook his head and said, "Sister Golden Lotus is imprisoned there. She can't come out. Wicked restraints have been imposed on her, all to block her power. Even I can overpower her right now." Su Ping glanced at him and said, "And you simply brought me here. Aren't you afraid that I would eat you both?" The fat kid glanced at him, with a deeper meaning showing in his eyes. He obediently confessed, "Sister Golden Lotus is a Unity Essence Golden Lotus pill. You can't eat her. No one is able to bear the effects of eating her, except for deity kings. Furthermore, Sister Golden Lotus is carrying vicious restraints. You'll be the one to suffer because of the restraints if you eat her." "What's her effect then?" asked Su Ping curiously. "She can help you develop your core. I don't know the details. You'll have to ask Sister Golden Lotus for the exact answer," said the fat kid while shaking his head. Su Ping glanced at the latter and thought his words were probably true. Otherwise, the fat kid could have lured him into eating the pill and end up with a curse. "Is the bully around?" Su Ping looked around. The fat kid shook his head. "No, she's elsewhere. It's safe here." Su Ping didn't detect anything else either. He immediately destroyed the laws covering the golden gourd. It was possible to incinerate the seal with the perfect path of fire. The pill boy was shocked yet again upon seeing the perfect path of fire released by Su Ping. The seal was then lifted. An abundant fragrance began to spread. Both the fat kid and Su Ping seemed intoxicated. The fragrance was refreshing and pungent. They felt as if floating in clouds. "Sister Golden Lotus." The fat kid snapped out of it and shouted. He seemed to be quite enthused. Su Ping also recovered and gazed forward. "It's you? Why are you here? Who's this?" A pleasant voice came out of the gourd, while concurrently a fair hand appeared and grabbed the container's edge. Following that, the most elegant and attractive face emerged. She seemed serene and casual. Su Ping was slightly relieved upon seeing her. It seemed that the fat kid didn't lie to him. The abundant fragrance wafting from the woman was a clear indicator of her pill nature. She was a little bit like Green Lady, but her fragrance seemed even more abundant than that of Green Lady's. The woman noticed Su Ping. She put on a slightly solemn expression and asked, "Who's he?" She seemed to have realized that it wasn't the kid, but the stranger who had broken the seal on the gourd. "He claims to be that old monster's disciple." The fat kid quickly offered introductions. Su Ping quickly followed suit. "Hello, Miss Pan, the name is Su Ping." The woman was rather puzzled. "Miss Pan, my surname isn't Pan, you may call me Golden Lotus." "Okay, Miss Pan," Su Ping nodded and then continued. "I was told you know how to get out of here. Is it true?" Aye. 11. The woman was dazed for a moment and then wore an odd expression. "Is this man an idiot? I just asked him to call me Golden Lotus." She inwardly shook her head and discarded the matter altogether. Then she said, "If you're his disciple, why did you come here? Also, he's been reborn already. He can't recruit more disciples. Who are you exactly?" "I was accepted by my master in a place of heritage. I've never seen him in person," said Su Ping. The woman stared at Su Ping for a while, then shook her head. "You're lying. I can see through your heart. It's pointless to lie in front of me. I'm going to ask you again, who are you?" Su Ping was stunned. "Is the pill this formidable?" The fat kid poked a finger on the glove and said, "I knew that something was wrong about you. Just tell me the truth. We're not malicious. You must be an unlucky man who fell here, aren't you? But it's fairly good that you managed to bypass the sleeping fish and come here. It's unnecessary to test us. We all want to get out of here." The fat kid seemed shrewd and worldly at the moment, as if he had already seen through Su Ping's disguise. The latter raised his eyebrows. He then chose not to keep it a secret anymore. He said, "You're right, I'm a trespasser. I saw the fish earlier, but it didn't notice me. I simply want to get out of here. I will be in your debt if you can give me a hand." The woman gazed at Su Ping for a moment, then slightly shook her head. She said, "You're not lying, I believe you. I do know a way to get out of here. There's indeed a channel that leads to the study. We can use it to leave this place. However, there's a bully guarding the place, added the fat kid. This bully has been sleeping for a long time. If we're careful enough, we'll be able to slip past her. That's right, the woman nodded. She then glanced at the fat kid and said, You seem to have told him everything. By the way, were your wounds caused by him? The fat kid quickly complained and said, He forced me to confess everything, and he didn't believe what I said. He threatened that he would eat me whole. Sister Golden Lotus, you must punish him. While he looked at the fat two-faced kid, Su Ping thought that he should have bitten him harder. The woman gave a slight nod but didn't lay blame onto Su Ping. Instead, she comforted the fat kid. He meant it when he said he would be grateful if he could leave. He couldn't have truly meant to hurt you. No need to be angry with him. The fat kid was both stunned and frustrated. Su Ping was surprised. The woman seemed truly able to see through his heart. He thought for a moment, then gazed at her with plenty of inappropriate thoughts. What's on your mind? The woman frowned. She felt some sort of insult coming from Su Ping's eyes. Su Ping shook his head. Nothing. I simply thought it must be painful that you're living in the gourd all the time, Sister Pan. You're lying, she immediately replied. Su Ping's lips cursed, but he didn't deny it. He already received the answer he wanted. It seemed that the woman could only tell whether or not he was telling the truth, but not his exact thoughts. After all, she would have burst into a fit of rage had she known what he was really thinking. No time to waste. Should we go check the bully? Asked Su Ping. The woman glanced at him and gave him a slight nod. The fat pill boy also said, All right, let's get out of here. We won't have a chance to escape if the old monster is reborn successfully and comes back. The woman said, Since we're leaving, we'll bring the other pills with us. We've been partners for such a long time, we cannot abandon them. The fat kid clapped his hands. Sister Golden Lotus, you're right. Su Ping glanced at the fat kid, who had apparently never thought of rescuing the others. The fat kid definitely deserved to be eaten, considering how he had directly sold her out when threatened by Su Ping. However, the latter had promised not to hurt them. He wouldn't do anything unless they harmed him first. If you're taking your partners away, it shouldn't be a problem if I take some of the treasures, right? Asked Su Ping. The woman looked at Su Ping unsurprised. She nodded and said, You reached this place risking your life. Leaving empty-handed wouldn't do. You may take something. Okay, Su Ping instantly said to the fat kid, Go fetch your pill partners. Miss Pan, please show me around so I can check the treasures. Why are you bossing us around? Shouted the fat kid, who seemed a lot bolder now that his sister was there. Su Ping glared at him. Because I can eat you. The fat kid immediately lost all his fury. He glanced at Sister Golden Lotus while making himself look pitiful, but she appeared to have seen through his plan. She didn't look back as she simply said, It's settled then. Chapter 11:27, Looting. The fat pill boy had to obey Su Ping's instruction and look for his pill partners, once he noticed that his senior sister had agreed. Su Ping, on the other hand, released his small world and collected the Ascendant State treasures lying on the ground. A large area was soon cleared. Miss Pan, please show me around and tell me about the precious items stored here, said Su Ping with a smile. Golden Lotus looked around at the Ascendant treasures around her, finding that dozens of them were missing. She suddenly thought that Su Ping had misunderstood her when she said something. There's indeed something that might be of use to you. Golden Lotus didn't disagree. Those weren't her belongings anyway. She then said to Su Ping, Follow me. She then floated out of the gourd like a wisp of smoke. She was tall and beautiful. Su Ping nodded and casually placed the golden gourd in his small world too. Golden Lotus's lips twitched. She then led Su Ping onward to another room next to the ancient palace, where a sundry of Ascendant treasures were stacked. There were weapons, paintings, and even brushes. All of them were secret treasures. 2 silver gourds were hanging on a wall. Golden Lotus waved her hand and summoned the 2 tiny gourds. These gourds contain the pure blood of dragons and phoenixes the palace owner collected. 1 drop of phoenix blood can bring the dead back to life, and 1 drop of dragon blood can make you an immortal. She glanced at Su Ping and added, he collected the blood to improve his physical build after his rebirth. If the 2 blood types are used, it's possible to develop the legendary Dragon Phoenix constitution, which may likely turn him into a deity emperor which would enable him to dominate the world. Su Ping raised his eyebrows and asked, the blood must be very precious for you too, right? Golden Lotus gave him a slight head shake and replied, we pills aren't made of flesh and blood. Some rare materials aren't really useful to us. Many of the unparalleled pills require ordinary grass as catalysts. The herbalist profession would be worthless if you could make a precious pill by simply cooking rare materials in the same pot. Su Ping realized why she wasn't reluctant to give away the gourds. Thank you. Su Ping accepted the silver gourds, which were protected by weak laws. He erased the protections and opened them with ease, instantly smelling a strange blood scent, which was as sweet as candy. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He didn't consume the blood directly. After all, he wasn't in a cultivation site and he had to be cautious. He summoned the little skeleton. In terms of sturdiness, it was even tougher than him. Su Ping poured out a drop of blood and asked his pet to consume it. Even though the things that the little skeleton placed in its mouth might slip out, it only happened when it didn't want the food. It would refine the food with energy when willing a drop of pure dragon blood was then digested by the little skeleton. Su Ping was soon able to detect aura changes on his pet. Dragon scales and bones were growing on the back of its hands. What a waste! Golden Lotus couldn't help but frown seeing what Su Ping had done. She knew that the latter had done that because he didn't trust her. Still, testing out dragon blood on a beast was downright wasteful. No, it's not. Whether my pet consumes the blood or I do makes no difference, said Su Ping with a smile. But it's just a beast anyway, said Golden Lotus. Su Ping was stunned by the answer. He looked her in the eye and said softly, you're pills, but I regard you as human beings, don't I? It may be a beast, but so what? Even if it were just grass, I'd gladly give it everything if it's a sentient partner of mine. Golden Lotus felt dazed. She looked at Su Ping in the eye and knew that he wasn't lying. This human really regards us as his own kind. Su Ping ignored Golden Lotus and sent the little skeleton back to the pet space. He shook the gourds and felt that they were half full. He instantly had a mouthful. Su Ping then felt that a stream of fiery energy surged into his body, as if having drunk a mouthful of magma. He heard furious, stubborn and scary dragon roars inside his head, as if the dragon would have been trapped in a deep well and was struggling to break free. He then felt that his body was bulging, as if about to explode. The power permeated his limbs and concentrated in his heart. Su Ping suddenly had the feeling he had been tied up by an invisible dragon, which was about to nibble at his heart and claim his body for itself. Coldness burst out of Su Ping's eyes. Right when he was about to suppress the intruder, the brightest power was swept out of the depths of his blood and absorbed the burning heat suffusing his body. Then, the golden crow shrieked. The golden crow illusion surfaced behind Su Ping's back and emitted hot waves that shocked Golden Lotus. Seeing the golden crow shocked her. The crow seemed to have pecked at something and swallowed it. It then became even brighter, entering Su Ping's body through his head. Su Ping felt that the scorching heat felt all over his body was gone. He couldn't have felt more comfortable. Meanwhile, he felt that his golden crow bloodline seemed to have been strengthened yet again. It was slightly different than before. Still, it wasn't the time nor the place to run tests. He left the matter at that. He opened his eyes and looked at the remaining dragon blood. He then sealed the gourd, as he was planning to feed it to the Inferno dragon and his other pets. As for the phoenix blood, he wasn't in a rush to consume it. He stowed it for the moment. If I can get out of this place alive, I'm sure these 2 treasures will very likely improve my combat ability, Su Ping thought. But that was on the premise that he could get out of that place alive. Are there other treasures here? Su Ping asked Golden Lotus. She had already recovered from her stupor. Yes, there's an ocean god pill which can improve your soul and willpower. It gained wisdom a long time ago, but its wisdom was later erased because it was too wicked. The pill's effectiveness was halved, but it's perfect for you at your current level. Okay. Su Ping nodded. Su Ping asked her to wait a moment just as she made to leave. He then raised his hand and collected all the treasures in the room, which he sent into his small world. Golden Lotus was stunned for a long time before she finally asked, "You're not going to empty this place, are you?" Su Ping asked back in surprise, "Why not?" Golden Lotus, "We're going to leave anyway. Our enemy will use the treasures eventually if we leave them here, right?" said Su Ping. Golden Lotus was lost for words. She secretly heaved a sigh. It was true that every creature was greedy. There were no exceptions. Still, she didn't comment on it. She could tolerate anything as long as she could leave this place. They soon left the palace and moved forward. Su Ping picked up all the items he found along the way. He constructed metal objects virtually identical to the treasures he picked, placing them right where the originals had been, so that the ghost lamp nether fish wouldn't notice anything amiss when it swam over. As to whether or not it would be tricked, Su Ping had no time to consider that yet. Golden Lotus had already become numb about Su Ping's looting. She simply led Su Ping onward. Soon enough, more than half of the ancient palace was emptied, but it was filled up again by the metal counterfeits he forged. Constructing substances with laws was an easy task for any Star Lord. "Has this place been robbed?" The fat kid was shocked when he arrived with plenty of other pills. Su Ping looked at the assorted pills behind the boy. They were of different genders, heights, and weights. Some of them even looked like old men, but they all emitted pill auras. "All right, don't make too much noise. Come over here." Golden Lotus interrupted the other pills as they pointed at and whispered about Su Ping. They currently needed Su Ping's help to escape from that place. She didn't want them to piss him off. She created a storage space and asked all of them to hop in. Those pills seemed to trust Golden Lotus wholeheartedly. They didn't suspect her at all, so they jumped into the storage space, one after the other. Golden Lotus waved at the fat kid and stuffed him into the storage space too, despite his resistance. "Let's go, be careful," said Golden Lotus in a low voice. Su Ping nodded. He concealed his aura with the law of illusion and almost made himself undetectable. Golden Lotus glanced at Su Ping again with astonishment in her eyes. Had she not seen him just then, she wouldn't have known that he was there. Even though her abilities had been sealed, she still had her keen senses. No wonder the hideous fish didn't notice him, Golden Lotus thought. Chapter 11:28, Alarmed. Su Ping entered the depths of the ancient palace while, led by Golden Lotus. Hardly had Su Ping arrived when he saw the bully mentioned by the fat kid. It was an ancient purple cauldron, with black and white steam popping up. It had engravings of many vivid and strange ferocious beasts. The essence of those beasts had been absorbed by the ancient cauldron. The artifact was currently still, surrounded by abundant laws that looked like smoke, giving it a splendid look. "That's the evolution cauldron," Golden Lotus said with solemn eyes. "The channel is right beneath it. She seems to be sound asleep right now. Let's just be extra careful." Su Ping saw that there was indeed an unusual array below the cauldron. It was probably the teleportation array mentioned by Golden Lotus. However, Su Ping thought it was just a normal cauldron after observing for a good while. "How can we know it's sound asleep?" Su Ping wore a strange expression, but he didn't ask. He noticed a transparent barrier 10 meters away from the cauldron. It glittered whenever a breeze passed. That's right, the barrier even blocked the passage of air. That's the barrier imprisoning the cauldron. It cannot be breached from the inside, but it's not that hard to pass to anyone outside. "I know the trick. Be careful," said Golden Lotus with a grave expression. She then cast a spell, releasing the aura of laws and a power that Su Ping couldn't recognize. A strange rune flew out soon after, which was then imprinted on the barrier. The center of the rune made the barrier twist a bit, and an opening was made. "Let's go." Golden Lotus spoke telepathically. She then floated through the opening without making a sound, just like a stream of smoke. Su Ping frowned. He quickly reduced his body size and also flew past the barrier. Hardly had he passed the barrier when Su Ping noticed the most daunting aura looming in front of him. He slightly changed his expression, not daring to lay eyes on the cauldron due to fear of being noticed. He realized that the fat pill boy wasn't bluffing. The cauldron was indeed a deity king weapon. Its aura undoubtedly contained celestial state power. Su Ping held his breath and slowly approached the cauldron behind Golden Lotus. The closer to the cauldron, the greater the pressure was. Fortunately, Su Ping had seen plenty of experts in cultivation sites. He wasn't overpowered by the ominous atmosphere and simply carried on. One step after the other. Su Ping felt he was moving towards his doom. The path they took was so frightening that anyone else would have been terrified. However, he rationally controlled his body and kept it relaxed, without releasing any of his aura. Gradually, he approached the evolution cauldron. It was quite the magnificent artifact, with a massive 10-meter body. Su Ping also saw the 3 curses restraining the cauldron like 3 black, wicked dragons. The teleportation array was at the feet of the cauldron. Golden Lotus moved like a fish as she reached the bottom of the cauldron. She turned around and waved at Su Ping, asking him to relax. He wasn't feeling impatient. He sustained the same speed in the last few meters as he walked forward, withholding his aura completely until the both of them were standing underneath the cauldron. Su Ping looked as solemn as before. He had yet to relax completely. Golden Lotus was slightly astonished by Su Ping's calm demeanor. She then glanced at him with approval in her eyes. She was slightly angry with him because of his greed, but she had to admit that his mind was stronger than expected. Anyone else would have been exposed already. After all, Su Ping's level was too low. It was indeed remarkable that he hadn't been paralyzed before a deity king weapon. Furthermore, the evolution cauldron had consumed plenty of ultimate treasures and refined the corpses of many tough beasts. It was even more intimidating than a deity king. Golden Lotus moved her hands, releasing threads of aura from her fingers. She was going to activate the array. Exactly at that moment a gentle voice was suddenly heard. "Do you need my help?" Golden Lotus abruptly stopped moving her hands. She seemed overcome with shock. She moved much faster the next moment, hopping to activate the array as soon as possible. But then a force struck her and Su Ping, hurling both against the barrier. Su Ping felt that his bones were falling apart. He would have been reduced into a bloody pulp were it not for his tough body. Also, the laws all over his body had been blocked. He would have truly died if he were truly squished into a pulp. Su Ping was shocked. It happened too fast. No more than 0.001 seconds had passed since the voice sounded. The gentle voice gradually turned cold and scary. "My lovely pills, are you trying to flee again?" Su Ping raised his head, only to find that the magnificent cauldron gradually transformed into an enormous woman. The lady was 6 meters tall, but she was quite slim, endowed with fair skin and a pretty face. The coldness on her face made her look even more charming. Golden Lotus had already gotten back to her feet nearby. She asked with an awful expression, "When did you discover us?" "The moment you came in." The woman looked down at her, without even bothering to look in Su Ping's direction. She said to Golden Lotus, "I asked you to give up last time, but here you are yet again. I would have swallowed you if you weren't the pill he needs." Golden Lotus' face showed a contorted expression. She took a deep breath and then moved to stand in front of Su Ping. She also said to Su Ping telepathically, "I'll try to buy some time for you. See if you can get away." Meanwhile, she spoke to the cauldron. "Are you still willing to serve him? You have the potential to evolve and become an emperor weapon, and yet you were restrained by him. You of all people should know what kind of person he is. It won't be possible for you to escape when he returns." "Of course I know that," the woman said indifferently. "That's why I'm not letting any of you go. You must taste the pain and loneliness along with me." "Lunatic," Golden Lotus couldn't help but curse. "If the pain is inevitable, I'd rather share it with someone else. Don't even think about getting away," said the sneering cauldron. "I gave you a choice before, to take you out of here if you allowed me to plant a curse inside your body, but you didn't accept. If you want to die with me, then let's die together." I will never let you plant a curse inside my body and control me, yelled Golden Lotus. Why don't we just stay if you don't want to negotiate? Even if we stay here, I will still serve him. He wouldn't dare let me advance, but he'll cherish me. You're different, though. He will eat you. Let's see which of us gets to live longer, said the woman with a sneer. Golden Lotus replied furiously, I won't let him eat me. Even if I can't leave this place, I'd rather destroy myself than let him eat me. In that case, why don't you just accept my offer? Replied the woman with a snort. You pills are truly stubborn and inflexible. Golden Lotus said furiously, how many creatures have you killed? You would retaliate against everybody who crossed you before if you leave, including us. I cannot let you leave this place. Only he can restrain you. You're asking to be killed. Coldness was glinting in the woman's eyes, as if about to attack. Wait a moment, let's just talk nicely, said the nearby Su Ping. Maybe I can help you escape. He sensed that he had already been surrounded by a killing aura, knowing he would probably kick the bucket if he remained silent. Also, the previous conversation had helped him in gleaning something. The woman was intent on cooperating with Golden Lotus and leaving that place. The pill had mentioned that the cauldron was scared of a sutra found in the study, and the sutra was one of Golden Lotus' friends. The cauldron probably intended to coerce the sutra into letting her go by planting a curse inside Golden Lotus. The woman stopped her attack upon hearing Su Ping's proposal. She would have crushed the weak human had she not heard what he said last. She wasn't interested in anything else he might have said. Golden Lotus changed her expression and looked at Su Ping. She asked, what do you want? Since the both of you have a mutual enemy and target, I think it would be a win-win if you cooperate and leave this place together, proposed Su Ping straight off. The woman raised her eyebrows and sneered. Listen, even this brat understands simple logic while you don't. I know you're an effective pill, but I truly worry for my brain's health if I tried swallowing you. Su Ping. Golden Lotus was quite grim. She had planned to help Su Ping escape, but she didn't think highly of him anymore, given how greedy he was and hearing his offer. There's no way that I'll cooperate with her. Golden Lotus stared at Su Ping. I know you want to live, but you've chosen the wrong method. You know too little about her. The old monster ended the lives of many in the most brutal way to later feed them to her. The world would fall into chaos if she leaves. Su Ping was lost for words. He didn't know that Miss Pan was actually a pill with a great sense of justice. No wonder she swore not to cooperate with the cauldron. Miss Pan, we're living in a different age. Even if she does go out, she won't be able to cause trouble. Also, if the information about her is exposed, I'm sure that many deity kings will show up and fight for her. Those unable to get her would aim to destroy her. Such cooperation will work in our favor, said Su Ping telepathically. Golden Lotus was dazed for a moment, but her expression didn't show an improvement. She asked, what do you mean? Miss Pan, aren't you able to tell if I'm lying? I assure you that she won't cause a disaster to the world if she gets out. This age is no longer the one you're familiar with. She will be wanted by the entire world if she causes any trouble. All the deity kings would join forces to eliminate her. She won't have a chance to do anything evil, said Su Ping in a fast telepathic message. Chapter 11:29, Departure. Golden Lotus looked at Su Ping with a mix of shock and suspicion. She had indeed concluded that Su Ping was speaking the truth. She had also learned from the unlucky bastards who had accidentally fallen into the ocean that the age she had been born in was over. No one knew of the infamous old monster or the demonic cauldron that once scared the entire world. Nevertheless, the cauldron was a deity king weapon. Are you sure? Although I don't know the age you're living in, are you familiar with the deity king's power? Su Ping replied carefully, of course. The ghost lamp nether fish is a deity king beast. It even has a chance to rise beyond. Still, no deity kings are able to cause trouble in this day and age unless they're deity emperors. Why do you keep winking at each other? Are you conspiring something? Asked the cauldron woman at that moment. Her voice was cold and her eyes were like blades cutting Su Ping apart. He might be able to struggle against ascendant state opponents, but he was like a fish on the chopping block in front of a celestial, completely unable to defend himself. "Senior, I'm trying to persuade her," said Su Ping quickly. The woman slightly raised her brow and sneered. "Good, just go to hell if you can't." She was indeed not easy to deal with. After heaving an inward sigh, Su Ping continued telepathically, "Miss Pan, just think about it. I know you care about the people in the universe, but I'm also one of them. I'll die right now if you don't accept. Besides, the situation outside will be in our favor." Golden Lotus changed her expression and stared at Su Ping. She didn't know whether he was telling the truth, or he was merely trying to survive. "If both you and the cauldron stay here, wouldn't the universe fall into disaster too once the old monster is reborn and reclaims the cauldron?" Su Ping gazed at Golden Lotus and added, "The cauldron and the old monster together will mean twice the disaster. It's better to separate them than let them wreak havoc together. I think we shouldn't stop her, rather, we should help her escape. If that were to happen, the old monster won't have his weapon, and we can suppress her with other deity kings. Wouldn't that be for the best?" Golden Lotus felt dazed for a moment. Her eyes glittered as she quickly considered the matter. She stared at Su Ping and said a moment later, "Are deity kings the strongest experts out there?" "To my knowledge, yes," Su Ping nodded. Golden Lotus asked again, "Did you come here with the help of a deity king?" "Yes, this has to do with a trial. 12 deity kings sent their disciples over for the legacy. They didn't know it was a trap," said Su Ping frankly while looking Golden Lotus in the eye. Her expression changed as she asked, "12 deity kings noticed this place?" "That is correct." Golden Lotus fell silent. She knew that Su Ping wasn't lying. So, if the cauldron did escape, she would probably be noticed and suppressed by the deity kings immediately. Still, the pill lady would probably share the same fate. "Is that our destiny?" mumbled Golden Lotus with confusion in her eyes. The woman frowned and asked, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Su Ping's expression changed a bit after hearing her response. He was afraid she would be frustrated, so he quickly said, "Miss Pan, don't worry. I have a way to hide all of you from the 12 deity kings if we get out of this place." Golden Lotus was stunned. She couldn't help but look at Su Ping. "You." "That is correct." Su Ping nodded. He saw the confusion in her eyes and could only heave a sigh. She was suspicious, even though she knew he was telling the truth. In any case, it was understandable. After all, there was no way that a normal Star Lord could hide anything from a celestial. After hesitating for a moment, Su Ping said to the woman, "Senior, can you remove my restrictions?" The woman raised her eyebrows and sneered, "Are you asking to be killed? Don't tell me what to do." "Senior, I'm helping you persuade her. You know that I'm too weak to escape from this place without your permission," said Su Ping while looking her in the eye. The woman narrowed her eyes and stared at Su Ping before she answered with a snort. Su Ping instantly felt that the restrictions on her body were removed. The power of laws returned to his body. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. He then said to Golden Lotus, "Miss Pan, behold." The next moment, the illusion of a small world surfaced behind Su Ping's back. The woman sneered with disdain in her eyes, but then she saw that another small world appeared above the first one soon after. Her cold smile froze, and astonishment flashed across her eyes. "This is my second small world." Su Ping only revealed double small worlds, and then said to Golden Lotus telepathically, "Once we leave this place, you and your pill friends can hide in my second small world. That way, the Celestials will hardly be able to detect you." Golden Lotus was visibly shocked. He obviously didn't expect that Su Ping was capable of doing that. "I had only heard about it before. I didn't know it was really possible," Golden Lotus murmured. "Miss Pan, how does it sound? Please think of your pill friends," Su Ping tried to persuade her. Golden Lotus was silent for a moment. Then she took a deep breath and said to the woman, "All right, I accept. I know you want to plant a curse on me because you want to coerce Senior Dark Demon with me as hostage, but you must promise me that you'll lift the curse after we leave, or Senior Dark Demon won't let you." "Pass. Do you really accept?" The woman was surprised, not expecting that Su Ping would truly persuade the pill lady. She stared at them suspiciously, and then said to Su Ping, "Brat, how did you persuade her? Tell me the truth. Is there some sort of ploy going on here?" Lost for words, Su Ping replied with a bitter smile, "Senior, I simply told her that I'm also one of the people she cares for and that I hoped she could save me first. There's no need to worry. Besides, you're going to personally plant the curse. Miss Pan is willing to give her life to you. Do you still not trust her?" The woman frowned. She knew that Su Ping was right. However, she found it uncanny that Golden Lotus, who had been stubborn for countless years, would suddenly change her mind. "It seems that I need to plant more curses, just to be safe." The woman thought for a moment and then said to Su Ping, "Brat, you seem to be quite clever. I'll plant a curse on you too, but don't worry, I'll lift it for you when we get out." She then spouted a curse before Su Ping could say anything. It looked like a black fire that went into Su Ping's chest. He felt that his chest was burning. He lowered his head, only to see a black lotus flower etched over it. "You!" Su Ping felt like cursing, but held back in the end. Those ancient demons were indeed hard to trick. They were brutal and cautious. Golden Lotus' expression changed somewhat. She said to the other woman, "I already accepted your request. What more do you want? Lift his curse." "No, I won't," the woman snorted. "You'd better behave or I will kill him right now." What a temperamental woman. Su Ping secretly cursed her and then said to Golden Lotus, "Miss Pan, never mind. Let's just get out of here first." Golden Lotus couldn't help but say, "But it's impossible to negotiate with her. But don't worry, I have a way to tame her," said Su Ping telepathically. Golden Lotus was dazed and surprised at the same time, but she didn't let it show. Could Su Ping really tame this cauldron? She wasn't really convinced, but Su Ping meant it when he said it. He wasn't lying to her. This left her rather puzzled, finding that Su Ping was even more enigmatic than before. "Little pill, I'm coming." The woman chuckled and approached Golden Lotus. Then she added, "You'd better not resist or this kid will go boom." She opened her fist to mimic an explosion while she spoke. Golden Lotus grimly said, "Just hurry up." The woman grimaced. Then, black flames surged all over her body. She sent them to Golden Lotus with the power of curses. Golden Lotus didn't resist. She simply endured it all. The process ended until her fair skin was covered by black flowers. "You!" Golden Lotus trembled with fury. The woman chuckled and clapped her hands. "All right, it's time to go." Then she ignored them and eagerly activated the array behind her. "Come on." The woman waved at Golden Lotus. The latter gritted her teeth and walked toward the array along with Su Ping. He only felt relaxed until he finally set foot on the array. There was a flash, and the ancient palace was no longer there. Darkness went away, and he found himself inside a pavilion as vast as the starry sky. Chapter 11:30, Imperial Constitution. Is this the study? Su Ping was slightly dazed. The ancient pavilion had been well preserved. Not a speck of dust was to be seen. It seemed to have been cleaned regularly. Everything was in order. Books and scrolls were floating in midair, with the brilliance of laws protecting them from decomposing. Furthermore, Su Ping felt that the flow of time had been slowed by 10,000 times. The passage of a century inside the pavilion would mean 10,000 years outside. Little Golden Lotus. While Su Ping was observing the place, all the books and scrolls seemed to have been alarmed. They turned around and rushed to meet the newcomers. At the same time, a pitch-black book descended from the top of the pavilion, covered in black smoke. It transformed into an old man who was staring at Golden Lotus with a surprised expression. "Senior Dark Demon," cried Golden Lotus in delight after seeing the old man. They hadn't seen each other in eons. She had every reason to feel excited. But then the old man gradually came to a stop. His expression dampened somewhat as he noticed the woman standing next to Golden Lotus. Realization struck. He asked softly, "Evolution Cauldron, have you really made up your mind? I've already asked you to change your ways. Given your potential, you may grow to become an unparalleled imperial cauldron." The woman sneered and said, "How hilarious. The most wicked book with evil secret techniques is asking someone else to reform. The old man stared at her and continued, I am indeed an evil book, but I've never harmed anyone. I've been using evil skills for righteous purposes. I cannot decide what I was born with, but I can still decide what to do with it. You're different. You were a deity cauldron once, yet you slaughtered billions of creatures and fell into the demonic path. That's something you chose. Whether I'm a deity or a demon is up to me. It doesn't matter as long as I can get stronger. The woman ended with a snort laced with contempt. You're just as obsessed and unchanging as before. The old man wore a solemn expression. A dark aura surged around him. The woman narrowed her eyes and said, Old fart, I suggest you mind your own business. I didn't volunteer to swallow the blue ocean snake pill or the seven treasures tree. That old monster made me do it. Besides, your precious golden lotus has been cursed by me. She'll be consumed by demonic flames if anything happens to me. You'd better think carefully before you take action. The old man instantly changed his expression and looked at Golden Lotus, quickly noticing the black fire pattern on her neck. You're asking to be killed. The old man flew into a fit of rage. The woman sneered. I will lift her curse once I get out of here. That's the deal I struck with her, and she readily agreed. She would have been imprisoned there forever if it wasn't for me. She would have been the first to be eaten when the old monster returned. You should thank me for bringing her over. The dazed old man looked at Golden Lotus. She nodded with a troubled expression. Senior, I volunteered for this. The date of his rebirth is drawing near. I fear he might return soon. Death is not what I fear, but the prospect of him becoming stronger and invincible after consuming me. Besides, there were other pills with me. Little Golden Lotus. The old man understood the situation, and his face reflected conflict. He couldn't help but heave a sigh in the end. Cut the crap. Just let me out of this place, then I'll lift their curses. I would rather not waste my time on stubborn people like you, interjected the cauldron woman with a cold tone. The old man gazed at her and said, You want to leave this place? Okay, lift the curse on Golden Lotus first, then I'll set you free. You think you can trick me that easily? Roared the woman. The old man's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. He then paid attention to Su Ping, who was standing between the two females, and asked, Who's this? Golden Lotus quickly replied, This young human came here seeking the old monster's legacy. He accidentally fell into the ocean and entered the treasury. So an unlucky bastard, concluded the old man, now enlightened. Su Ping wore an awful expression, but there was nothing he could say. He had indeed been unlucky this time. Su Ping couldn't help but complain in his heart. Who could have thought that the place was a trap? Even the 12 Celestials were tricked. They should have been more reliable. Golden Lotus, are you really willing to let her out? You should know what kind of catastrophe she might cause if she leaves, said the old man to the pill lady. The latter looked at Su Ping with a conflicted expression and then nodded. She said, Senior, we're in a different era. There's nothing she can do even if she leaves. The old man noticed her actions, instantly realizing that the young human he had ignored was more important than he thought. He then asked Su Ping, What did you say to Golden Lotus? I know this is a different age. The old monster chose rebirth to avoid the war, which should have ended by now. However, the universe must bear scars as part of the aftermath. Do you know how strong we are? Of course. Seniors, you're deity kings, and so is the old monster you mentioned. Although there are no deity emperors right now, there are plenty of deity kings. 12 of them are out there as far as I know. Su Ping then added, All of them are gathered outside. They couldn't enter and fight for the legacy due to restrictions placed on the ruins, so they had to send their disciples instead. I'm one of those disciples. Unfortunately for us, this place turned out to be a trap. I will report the matter after I leave. They will surely raze this place to the ground. The old man was stunned. 12 deity kings are already waiting outside. Yes, Su Ping nodded. He also said that because he hoped that the old man would think twice before trying to hurt him. The old man looked at Golden Lotus and saw that she stayed silent, so he knew that Su Ping was telling the truth. Nearby, the cauldron woman changed her expression after hearing what had just shared with them. She asked with shock and fury, "Brat, you plotted against me." Su Ping said quickly, "I certainly wouldn't dare." "You wouldn't. 12 deity kings are waiting for us. Even the old monster would be killed by them if he chose to be reborn right now. Won't they fight over me if I go out? What's the difference between being controlled by them and being controlled by the old monster?" demanded the woman furiously. Su Ping was lost for words. The cauldron seemed determined to pursue freedom. "If that's true, I guess it's fine to set you free." The old man chuckled when he heard the woman's furious cries. He suddenly found the young human much more likable. "The legacy has restrictions. He. That old monster set them up on purpose. He was only looking for a vessel to be reborn into. If the vessel is too powerful, it might swallow him instead." Su Ping felt intrigued. "Senior, may I know more about this rebirth?" The old man replied with a smile. "He actually learned the rebirth method from me. It's called the Yin-Yang 9 rounds demon fetus technique. Unlike secret techniques that require multiple rebirths, it doesn't actually require 9 rounds of rebirth. You'll pass the 9 rounds in one rebirth by absorbing vessels of 9 different types. After rebirth, consuming the dragon and phoenix blood will help you gain the natural chaos deity constitution. This is one of the rare imperial constitutions in the universe. Once you cultivate it, you'll be able to absorb everything and live an eternal life." Su Ping felt dazed for a moment. He instantly realized he had secured the dragon and phoenix blood that the old man had just mentioned. So to speak, he had robbed the old monster of the most critical items. "You taught him that." The woman changed her expression after hearing that. "He'll be unstoppable when he becomes an emperor. He'll destroy the entire universe." The old man's smile was gone. He heaved a sigh and said, "I was mistaken, but I didn't volunteer to keep a record of that sinful technique." "Humph, if you didn't do it voluntarily, why didn't you destroy yourself?" said the woman with a sneer. "I can't destroy myself. I would have done it already," said the old man. "Do you honestly expect me to believe that?" The woman wasn't convinced in the slightest. There was contempt in her eyes. The old man didn't say anything else to her. He simply continued, "Since 12 deity kings are waiting outside, we can inform them of this matter, and he won't be able to endure their attacks moments after his rebirth. He would surely meet his doom." Noticing the opportunity, Su Ping quickly said, "Indeed, they will surely destroy this place as soon as we get out and inform them." The old man glanced at Su Ping with a vague smile and then said, "But humans are treacherous beings. Even though the war between demons and deities is over, the war between good and evil never ends. How do you know that none of the 12 deity kings is wicked?" Su Ping was flabbergasted. He asked, "Senior, what are you suggesting?" "Inform your master of the rebirth technique. He will surely be tempted. He will surely sabotage the old monster's endeavor if he sneaks in," said the old man. Su Ping changed his expression. Did the man want to take advantage of his master? He looked at the old man and suddenly found him wicked. Chapter 1131, Beginning of the Trial. "It's not manipulation. No need to pity your master." The old man seemed to have seen through Su Ping's train of thought. He said, "Your master won't fall for the trap if he can resist the temptation. You have yourself to blame for most of the misfortunes that happened to you." Su Ping had no doubt that the old man was more complicated than Golden Lotus mentioned. He seemed to move around in a gray moral area. He was clearly aiding and abetting at the moment. "I'll think about it, but I don't think we should try it on my master. I know just the perfect candidate." Even though Shen Huang didn't tell him everything, as the man had placed hopes on Shui Kaiyan Hu, Su Ping didn't hate him for that. After all, his master had truly helped him a lot. If they had to pick a deity king to allure, Su Ping thought of the celestial expert from the Dark Star Zone who was supporting Lin Ziu. There were too many eyewitnesses who saw how he defeated Lin Ziu, so that celestial powerhouse would certainly not let him go easily. "That works too." The old man glanced at Su Ping with a smile. "That changes nothing. This place will be exposed sooner or later if 12 deity kings are outside. This place will be looted once the restrictions left by the old monster are broken, said the cauldron woman coldly. I'd rather stay here than be caught by someone else. The old man said indifferently, you can do whatever you want. Just lift Golden Lotus's curse, and I'll spare you this one time. The woman sneered and said, nice try. I won't lift the curse until I'm truly safe. Even you cannot do anything other than imprison me. I'm a natural product. What can you do? The old man sneered, is that so? Do you know how you were forged? Speaking of which, I'm half a father to you. The woman snapped, cut the nonsense. I made you and I can destroy you. You'd better not test my patience, said the old man, narrowing his eyes. Come on then and give it a try. The woman looked in the eye without flinching. The old man gazed at her. They confronted each other in silence for a long time, until the senior finally said, it seems that you've become more capable after being taught by the old monster. She sneered and replied, stop trying to bluff. The old monster became what he was mostly because of you. You're an evil book. No matter who gets you, they will turn into a new monster. Those sins were done against my will, but that's what I was born with. I have to atone for them with my life, said the old man indifferently. Su Ping watched them argue and realized that things wouldn't work out. The flow of time had also been slowed down. The master of the ruins would probably return if the other trial takers entered the third test. Seniors, there's no time to lose. Let's just get out of here, said Su Ping as a way to interrupt their argument. As I said, I'd rather stay here if the situation outside is that terrible. Even though the old monster is cunning, paranoid, and downright mean, I know him well enough anyway. Who knows what my next master is going to be like? They might be even worse, said the woman with a snort. The old man gazed at the woman with glittering eyes. There was no telling what he was thinking. There was nothing Golden Lotus could do, either. The cauldron had learned of the situation outside and was now reluctant to leave or lift the curses. She obviously wanted all of them to die with her. Senior Cauldron, you've seen that I have a way to get you out of here without being noticed, said Su Ping. The woman raised his eyebrows and glanced at Su Ping. Aren't you afraid that I could kill you the moment we get out? Su Ping replied with a bitter smile. Of course I am, but we will all die if we stay here. I'd rather trust you. Smart kid. The woman glanced at him with great interest. If you're up for it, it might work. I've planted a curse on you anyway. You can't do anything against my wishes. Su Ping felt relieved, seeing that she was on board. What are you talking about? Asked the old man with a frown. Golden Lotus instantly informed the old man of the situation via telepathy. Double small worlds. Dazed, the old man couldn't help but stare at Su Ping for a long time, until he finally mumbled, it's a myth from the primordial times. I didn't know that anyone could really cultivate them. I remember that a deity emperor had once cultivated triple small worlds with an ancient book he had found. I didn't know that someone else could achieve it too. He looked at Su Ping with an extra layer of solemnity. Su Ping had originally been but a mere tool to be taken advantage of in the man's eyes. Young man, release your small world. I'd like to see if I can sense the things inside, said the old man. Su Ping inwardly cursed the latter for being a sly old fox, but he obediently released his double small worlds. He then asked Golden Lotus to enter the second small world. Golden Lotus did as requested. The old man examined for a long time after Su Ping recalled his two worlds, then finally opened his eyes. Indeed, I cannot sense a thing. It's truly amazing. Kid, given your potential, you're likely to become a deity king even without the legacy. If you do inherit the legacy, you will forever be shackled by it and will forever be barred from going beyond. What are you thinking? The cauldron woman said angrily, your master was truly stupid and blind for sending you here. Are all deity kings as useless as him these days? Su Ping coughed and replied, well, I'm fighting to get the legacy for my pet. The cauldron woman gazed at him for a long time, clearly stunned. Finally, she laid her hands on her belly and laughed aloud. For your pet. Ha ha ha. If the old monster ever learned that a kid is trying to give his legacy to a beast, He'll probably throw a fit so hard he'll be reborn again. Ha ha ha. She laughed without restraint. Her image was too far removed to that of a decent lady at all. The old man also looked at Su Ping with astonishment in his eyes. Interesting, truly interesting. Kid, you have my approval. If we get out of this place, I promise you that I won't kill you unless you do anything that annoys me, said the cauldron woman after laughing for a while. Su Ping felt dazed for a moment. Then he suddenly found the woman rather candid. Even though she was quite temperamental, she was authentic. He replied, "Thank you, Senior." He secretly added in his heart, "Same to you. If you're capable of hiding them from any prying eyes, then say no more. Let's get out of here," said the old man to Su Ping. "Ask Golden Lotus to come out. We need to make preparations." Su Ping instantly released the pill lady. Hardly had Golden Lotus exited the small world when she asked, "How about it, Senior? Did you detect me?" The old man smiled and then said, "It's a perfect way to hide." Golden Lotus was rather delighted. "Senior, do you know how to go to the palace with green lamps?" asked Su Ping. "Many disciples from the deity kings are taking part in the trial. They don't know this is a trap yet. Maybe the rebirth will fail, and we can leave in peace if we stop them in time." He had claimed the dragon and phoenix blood, as well as all the treasures in the undersea palace. He was afraid the old monster everyone was wary of would be reborn and seek trouble. Even though he could hide himself in the store, he couldn't stay there forever. "Brat, you do want to set the old monster up for real, don't you?" The woman laughed, and seemed to find Su Ping even more agreeable. The old man smiled. "If you want to see what's going on in that palace, you can observe by using the Heaven Square mirror." He waved his hands as he spoke, and the illusion of a middle-aged man floated over. The middle-aged man offered a respectful bow at the old man, and then transformed into a silver mirror. The mirror rippled and reflected the view of an ancient palace. Su Ping instantly recognized it was the exact same ancient palace he had visited after using the key. He grimly found that a lot of disciples had already found the way and gathered outside the old building. There were many people he was familiar with among them, including Qing Hongyu, Brian, Xue Qianhu, Diaz, and Lulen Lin. Chapter 1132, Action. That many brats showed up. The cauldron woman was further convinced of the things Su Ping had just said with the view inside the mirror. "Are they the disciples of other deity kings you mentioned?" The old man also looked at Su Ping. Su Ping gave them a grim nod. He didn't expect the second trial to end that fast, or that such a large number of people would pass, including Lulen Lin and the others. "It seems that the things you said were true. Those kids do have great potential," said the old man softly. He hadn't truly believed Su Ping until that very moment. "How can you tell how much potential they have?" asked Su Ping. The old man chuckled. He replied while being unbothered by the questioning, "They're all young and vigorous. The laws surrounding them are not simple, they're almost perfect in fact. They deserve to be discipled under deity kings." Su Ping gave him a slight nod. He didn't expect that the old man would be able to directly observe the laws other people knew and then make conclusions. "They're all talents. Unfortunately, they'll end up consumed by the old monster," said the cauldron woman, shaking her head. After a slight daze, Su Ping quickly asked, "Seniors, you mentioned that the old monster needs 9 types of constitutions for his rebirth. If we stop the newcomers right now, won't we be able to disrupt his rebirth?" The woman sneered, "Brat, are you trying to talk us into helping you rescue them? It's useless. We can't help you even if we wanted to. That palace is being guarded by the old monster's beloved beast. You didn't encounter it only because you were considered food being delivered. However, the beast will surely be alarmed if we do anything. That beast is stupid and absolutely loyal to the old monster. I wasn't scared of it when I was in my prime status, but I'm carrying 3 of the old monster's curses. I cannot take the risk." After saying that, she looked at the old man. "What about you? Aren't you always benevolent? It's time for you to do something." The old man ignored her and shook his head at Su Ping. "Young man, I know that you're kind-hearted, but there's nothing I can do. The old monster and I made a pact. I'm not allowed to hurt his beasts. I think we should get out of here as quickly as possible so that you can fetch your master and the other deity kings. They should be able to stop him." Su Ping couldn't help but look at the old man, feeling the urge to curse. A pact? Are you trying to fool me? It was understandable that the woman was unwilling to help. She was essentially just a cursed artifact. However, Su Ping didn't expect that the old man would also be reluctant to offer aid. There's truly something wrong with this guy. He seems nice and caring, but there's a twisted and evil thing about him. No wonder he's a demonic sutra. Miss Pan is quite candid, but she doesn't seem to be very smart. She's just a pill anyway. I can't expect too much of her. Damn it. Should I just stand by and watch as they offer themselves as food for the owner of this place? He looked at the mirror. The people seen in the image had taken action while Su Ping and the others were talking. Su Ping saw that 2 Star Lords entered the ancient palace, activated the 9 lamps, and entered the land of inheritance. The others were still waiting outside. They seemed to be waiting in line according to some sort of law. Su Ping glanced at Lu Lin. He didn't want anything to happen to her. Since he was unable to get their help, Su Ping didn't want to stay there any longer. He quickly said, "Let's get out of here first." The old man stared at Su Ping. "Young man, I know you're angry with me, but there's really nothing I can do. The pact has been engraved on me and I have to abide by it." Golden Lotus quickly added, "That's right. Senior Dark Demon is kind-hearted. He wouldn't stand idle if there were anything he could do." "Hee," the cauldron woman sneered. Su Ping glanced at the old man, unsure as to whether he was telling the truth. He was not in the mood for guessing anymore, though. He nodded and said, "I know you have your reasons, Senior. Let's get out of here first." The old man gave him a slight nod and said, "Right. However, there's a barrier set in the study. I know how to crack it, but I can't do anything about it, or I would have fled years ago. It also has to do with the pact. Still, I can teach you how to crack it." Su Ping frowned a bit and said, "All right, please enlighten me, Senior." "Come here." The old man led the group to the pavilion's dome and touched it. Lightning bolts immediately surged on the dome, striking his hand with extreme power. "It's the heavenly lightning barrier." The cauldron woman recognized the barrier. Her expression changed. "It's been so many years. Is the barrier still active? How long have we been waiting?" Dark and evil energy surfaced on the old man's hand and healed it. He then said to the woman, "You're the only one who can crack the barrier. This young man is too weak and I can't do anything." The woman raised her eyebrows. "Old man, is this some sort of scheme? I won't do a thing." "You want to read the pact that I'm bound with?" asked the old man angrily. The woman quickly said, "All right, I'd like to read it. You think I'm as easy to trick as that brat?" The old man replied coldly, "We're on the same boat right now, and you're still not letting go of your demonic nature. You must have been corrupted by the old monster because of all the time the two of you spent together." "Wasn't he raised by you?" the woman sneered. Without further ado, the old man quickly flipped his hand, which lost its flesh and blood and turned into a book. Golden characters popped up on one of the pages. The woman's expression changed somewhat after taking a glance. "Do you believe me now?" The old man angrily looked at her. The cauldron woman snorted and said, "I knew the old monster had other moves prepared. Hilarious. You raised him and yet you're restrained by him right now. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" She straight out added, "Give me the cracking method. Hurry up, I might change my mind any minute." The old man coldly glanced at her, but wasted no time and imparted the method. The woman studied it for a while and understood. She became serious as she told them, "Get out of my way right now." The old man immediately backed away with Golden Lotus, and then protected Su Ping. The latter thought better of him after that gesture, but his good impression soon faded away. "Young man, immediately report this matter to your master or the other deity kings after you leave. The monster will soon be reborn if we don't stop him in time. Nobody will be able to leave if he activates the palace's blocking array," said the old man to Su Ping via telepathy. Su Ping's expression changed with the news. There's a blocking array. He quickly replied with tense eyes. Thank you for your warning, Senior. You're welcome. We're on the same boat. I must thank you for saving Golden Lotus, said the old man. We're only helping each other, replied Su Ping. The old man no longer responded. He simply roared, and all the books in the study flew towards him, along with some treasures. He waved his arm, and his sleeves absorbed all of the items. I promised that I would take you away with me, mumbled the old man. The woman shrieked at that very moment. There was a boom, and the barrier protecting the dome was broken. The woman was shrouded in lightning bolts. She seemed to be exhausted. Hurry, Golden Lotus cried with glittering eyes. The cauldron woman was the first to rush out after breaking the barrier. Exactly at that moment, the old man suddenly took action. Where do you think you're going? His hand turned into an ancient scroll that rolled out and covered the dome. The cauldron woman changed her expression and asked with shock and fury, Old fart, you set me up. Stupid. The old man was quite indifferent. The ancient scroll tied the woman and began to shrink. The cauldron woman was also reduced by the effect. She went from a 6-meter height to the size of a normal human being. Then she kept shrinking until she was only 3 inches tall. Aren't you afraid that I'll detonate the curses? Bellowed the cauldron woman. Golden Lotus was stunned too. She looked at the old man with confusion. There's no need to worry. The old man, however, sneered and said, the curses she imposed on you were taught by the old monster, who in turn learned everything from me. I can disable the curses. Golden Lotus was both enlightened and elated. You? The cauldron woman was shocked and infuriated. She had broken through the barrier without holding back because she was sure she would be safe while holding Golden Lotus hostage. Both of us can leave now that the barrier is broken. You can't kill me anyway. What do you want? Asked the cauldron woman furiously. To prevent you from causing a disaster in the universe, replied the old man indifferently. His hand then completely tied her up. It turned back to normal after that. Chapter 1133, Ancient Tree. Stop acting like you're a saint. The cauldron woman's furious voice came from the old man's hand. She seemed to have been confined amidst his flesh. You really thought I was unprepared. The heaven lightning barrier is the most exhausting barrier to breach. I knew you were trying to trick me the moment I saw it. I simply chose to play along because I wanted to find out what you were up to. There was a boom, and the old man's hand exploded. The cauldron woman dashed out with an overwhelming demonic aura and the brilliance of a creature born from chaos. The old man narrowed his eyes. Impossible. You shouldn't have this much strength left with the 3 curses and the cost of breaking the barrier. Old fart, I've consolidated my strength for years. You're underestimating me if you think I haven't improved. The woman sneered and suddenly flew towards Su Ping and Golden Lotus. The pill lady's expression changed. She was about to move, but then she grunted. Dark demonic aura surged out of her body and a black lotus exploded. Golden fluid flowed on her lips. We could have left this place peacefully and part ways later. However, your trusted senior dark demon just had to play tricks. Didn't he claim that he could lift the curses? Let him do it. The woman confined Su Ping and threw him behind. She focused all of her attention on Golden Lotus and the old man. The old man gazed at her with a gloomy expression. You'd better release her. If anything happens to her, I will surely confine you to this place forever. I won't kill you. I simply want to find out how you'll lift her curses. The cauldron woman sneered and said to Golden Lotus, Little pill, haven't you realized what kind of person this old fart is? How did I turn into an unparalleled demonic cauldron? What the old monster did to me was taught by this old codger. Do you think he's a good man? Golden Lotus was pale as she gnashed her teeth. Even though Senior Dark Demon was born as an evil book, he's definitely not a bad person. He once risked his life saving mine. I'd like to repay his favor with my life. Senior, no need to worry about me. Just confine her already. Stupid, the cauldron woman roared. The grim-faced old man said, Let go of Golden Lotus and I'll spare you. FCK off, roared the woman. I need to get out of here. If you dare try anything again, I will obliterate this stupid pill without hesitation." The old man gave her a cold, silent stare, showing no intent of backing off. The cauldron woman was also staring back at him. It was a standoff yet again. Su Ping suddenly suggested, "Seniors, since you don't trust each other, why don't we leave together? There are 12 deity kings outside. You can argue after we leave." The woman looked Su Ping in the eye and said with a cold expression, "Shut up. This isn't your place to talk. I can annihilate you at any moment now that the barrier is broken. I would have killed you already if you hadn't persuaded this stupid, stubborn pill." The old man frowned in silence. Su Ping simply waited patiently, not minding to say anything else. A long time passed before the old man slowly said, "This isn't going to work out. The deity king's disciples are about to fill the fish's stomach. Once the old monster is reborn, none of us will be able to get away. Let's just follow the young man's advice and get out of here. I won't take action toward you for now. Just think about it." The woman sneered and said, "Old fart, you just ambushed me and now you're talking as if nothing has happened. Those stupid pills might trust you, but I'm certainly not dumb. If you want to go, fine, lead the way and we'll take the rear. That's compensation for attacking me right now." "Don't push too far." The old man gloomily stared at her. While laying her hand on Golden Lotus's head, the cauldron woman said, "I dare you to say that again." The old man thoughtfully looked at her. He took a deep breath and said, "Fine." It seemed that he wasn't in the mood for arguing anymore. He turned around and took the lead. Golden Lotus's eyes were bloodshot upon seeing that. She said, "Senior, no need to worry about me. I—" Before she could finish, the woman slapped her in the face to stop her from blabbering. "Just shut up and keep up, or I'll cook you and all the other pills in the same pot," declared the woman ferociously. Golden Lotus bit her lips. She had no choice except to tag along. Su Ping followed them closely. He saw a brilliant, starry sky beyond the barrier and the dome. While walking ahead, the old man spoke. "This is the sky corridor that the old monster built in the past. Other palaces are found at the end of the corridor. The one with green lamps is the place where the old monster cultivated. It's close from where we are. We'd better not make any noises, or none of us will get away if the two beasts in the palace notice us." The woman yelled, "Old fart, do you know the other way?" The old man said indifferently, "Just follow me." The woman snorted but didn't press on the matter. She was familiar with the ruins and wasn't afraid of being misled. Su Ping followed them quietly. No one could tell what was on his mind. They soon reached a certain part of the corridor. The old man stopped and quickly moved his hands while releasing the power of unusual laws. A vortex appeared in the space ahead soon after. The woman scoffed, "You're not too dumb after all." She walked toward the vortex after the old man, and then glanced at Su Ping. Su Ping looked back at her. Their eye contact was brief. They soon turned their heads away. Su Ping followed them into the vortex after the woman walked in. Teleportation dizziness took hold, but it faded soon after. Su Ping was vigilantly looking around. He then found the cauldron woman, the old man, and Golden Lotus, who was being held hostage. Underneath their feet was an ancient tree whose leaves were withering. "Old friend, I'm here to pay you a visit," said the old man softly. The enormous tree shook all of a sudden. Its black branches seemed to have endured lightning strikes. They rose slowly as a hoarse and ancient voice echoed. "Is it you, dark demon? Is this a dream? Am I hallucinating?" "I'm real. I managed to get out of that place, and now I'm planning to leave." The old man stroked the ancient tree with a gentle hand. The cauldron woman raised her eyebrows. "Old tree, you're not dead yet. Do you want to leave with us? The old monster is already dead. He's still in process of being reborn. There's still a chance to leave." "Evolution deity cauldron, you're out too," said the ancient tree after a moment of silence. The woman's expression changed ever so slightly. It had been a long time since anyone called her Evolution Deity Cauldron, her original name. Everybody called her Evolution Demon Cauldron later on. Since everybody was calling her that, she decided to become a demon cauldron for real. "I'm not leaving. Whatever will happen. He won't mistreat me anyway, even if he's reborn and does return, said the old tree in a slow and weak manner. The old man shook his head. Your root is connected to the sky corridor's secret channels. We couldn't have gotten out without you. He will investigate how we ran off once he's reborn. You'll be punished when he finds that you helped. That's right. I can find a fertile land for you after we leave this place. If none is available, I will slaughter and empty a world for you, declared the cauldron woman. The tree chuckled. That'll be unnecessary. This is my home. I'm rooted here. Even if he knows that I helped you leave, he won't punish me too severely. He needs my help to become emperor. He won't hurt me until then. The old man was stunned for a moment. He knew that people of their levels wouldn't be swayed easily. The tree must have considered carefully before making such decision. The woman was silent for a long time too before she finally said, "Take care of yourself then, you dumb tree. You too." The tree laughed and spoke gently. This is a different era. You must keep a low profile after you leave. It may be even more dangerous outside. I've recently detected the powerful auras of at least 12 deity kings outside of the residence. I've prepared a road for your departure, but I don't know if any deity kings will be waiting for you. You'll be on your own for the rest of the journey. See you. The old man patted the tree branch and said, "Old friend, take care of yourself." What an idiot, the woman gnashed her teeth. Hello. The tree's laughter echoed in the air as its branches shook. An extremely thick root emerged from the soil. It then cracked on the surface. Inside there was an obscure vortex which led to unknown places. "Let's go," said the old man in a low voice. He then jumped into the root. The woman looked at the tree thoughtfully. She didn't dawdle either, jumping into the root with Golden Lotus and Su Ping in tow. Chapter 1134, The King. There was a hazy and chaotic space inside the root. However, there was abundant life energy and the aura of assorted laws. Hardly had Su Ping entered that place when he realized he would soon be able to perfect his path of vitality if he were to cultivate there. He would become truly invulnerable by then, just like Lin Xiu. No, he would be even more unbelievable than Lin Xiu. After all, he had triple small worlds. Even ascendants would find it hard to kill him with a tripled perfect path of vitality unless they were heavenly lords. But he couldn't stay in that place for long. Su Ping was quite regretful because of it. The woman glanced at Su Ping and asked, "Brat, are they the 12 deity kings you mentioned?" The old man smiled. It seems that you weren't lying. It seemed that he hadn't believed what Su Ping had told them until that very moment. Su Ping complained in his heart but didn't show any dissatisfaction on his face. He nodded and said, "Yes, they are the ones. Can we go ahead and leave the ruins right now?" "Of course. My old friend would never lie to us," said the old man and nodded. The cauldron woman snorted but stayed silent. They soon followed the old man's lead, and they walked inside the intangible space inside the root until they reached a place. The old man stopped and groped in the darkness. He gave a slight nod as he seemed to have detected something. "This is the place. Old friend, thank you for bringing us here." There was a slight surge in the darkness, as if replying to what he said. The evil book extended his hand into the darkness, as if he was examining something. His expression changed moments later. "There's the aura of deity kings outside." Huh. The cauldron woman too changed her expression a bit and moved forward. Still, she didn't approach the old man. She simply moved to another side. Her face was solemn. "Have we been exposed? Highly unlikely. The ancient tree's root reaches the deepest parts of the void. Not even deity kings can detect it. They would have snuck in already had they detected it." "Maybe they're just on guard," said the old man with glittering eyes. "There are deity kings outside." Su Ping was slightly dazed, then delighted after hearing what they said. The two people were more dangerous than celestial state experts who had to take his master into consideration. Su Ping suddenly frowned as he thought of this. His delight faded away like an ebbing tide. Those celestials knew he had the key to enter the third test first. If they detected him when he got out, would they think he had already found the legacy? If that were the case, they could decide to kill him before he could grow strong enough. In particular, if he met the Celestials who were hostile to his master, they would surely take action. If he died, he would be another dead genius, which was worthless. Even if his master wanted to avenge him, the man would only be fighting for his celestial expert dignity. Su Ping's face soured as he thought about it. "What's the matter?" asked the old man with a frown, as he keenly noticed Su Ping's expressions. Seeing that the cauldron woman was also looking at him, Su Ping knew it was pointless to keep it a secret. They might even suspect him if he did. So, he simply confessed. Both of them fell silent afterwards. "Are the 12 deity kings cooperating? No wonder we saw one here. They've probably surrounded the place," mumbled the old man. The cauldron woman frowned. "So in other words, it's impossible for us to go out." "There's only one way, which is to find my master," said Su Ping. "If I can locate him, I'll be able to show up right in front of him. Nobody else would dare make a move while I'm under his protection." The old man gave a slight nod. "That's a good idea. Has your master given you anything? The Heaven Square mirror can find him with any item that carries his aura." "Yes." Su Ping instantly took out the ultimate shield treasure. He didn't expect it would be useful there. He gave it to the old man. The laws on this artifact are restricted. It's an incomplete ultimate treasure, but I think it was broken on purpose." The old man was slightly surprised to see the ultimate treasure. The woman glanced at it too and sneered. "Whoever crafted this ultimate treasure is quite skilled. They're almost a king-level refiner from what I gather." Su Ping was slightly intrigued. The saints on the original planet were indeed not simple. The old man then took out the Heaven Square mirror. He threw the ultimate treasure into the mirror, which swallowed the artifact like water. Then, the mirror became flat again, with ripples spreading out. The hazy depiction inside it became clear, displaying two majestic men. They were surrounded by the boundless darkness of the universe. In front of them was a splendid residence floating in space, but it was slightly old and ragged. "You?" "They're both at the gate of the residence." The old man glanced at the picture and asked Su Ping, "Which of them is your master?" "The one on the left in the golden robe." Su Ping was slightly relieved to see Shen Huang in the picture. The other celestial next to his master appeared to be a handsome young man in white. He looked quite charming too. One of them looked like an unparalleled emperor, and the other was like a handsome gentleman. Exactly at this moment, Shen Huang and the other celestial suddenly stopped talking, as if they detected something. Then, they both looked in the general direction where Su Ping and the others were on the other side of the mirror. The old man slightly changed his expression. "They detected us. How sensitive. Looks like deity kings these days aren't simple." The cauldron woman narrowed her eyes and said, "So, we may have to return to where we came and leave through the main gate. Still, the old monster left dangerous traps there. I wonder if they have disabled the traps." "Probably not." The old man shook his head. "They wouldn't dare enter the residence easily, and they're just observing from the outside. They probably don't want to take risks. All the deity kings are absolute dominators on their territories. They will never work with each other sincerely. When a group of smart people gather, they're no better than a swarm of stupid pigs. That's just a bunch of human beings. They're bound to be selfish no matter how high their level is." "Then what do we do?" the woman frowned. The old man put away the Heaven Square mirror. The two deity kings had already detected it. Something could go wrong if they kept observing. After a moment of silence, the old man said, "I know a shortcut that can bypass the traps and lead out of the residence." The woman couldn't help but gaze at him suspiciously before she finally sneered and said, "You're truly shrewd. Even the old monster didn't know that, right?" "He was too weak to see through me completely," replied the old man with a casual tone. The woman sneered in response, knowing he was telling the truth. The sutra was at the emperor level. The old monster was incapable of comprehending it completely. "The problem right now is how to escape when we get out. According to what he said, they will think that you have won the legacy. However, you're too weak at the moment. How can you guarantee that your master won't enslave you and then claim the legacy in your body?" The old man stared at Su Ping and said, "Even parents might sell their children for petty interests. let alone something like a deity king's legacy. A moan. Su Ping was stunned for a moment. He stared at him solemnly and said, "Senior, I cannot give you any assurance. That's just my instinctive decision. Besides, I'd gladly go for a different option if we had one." The old man looked him in the eye and gave him a slight nod. "Indeed, we don't have any other choice right now. However, I have a method to make sure he won't act greedy before you." "What's the method?" Su Ping was stunned. "It will turn you into a deity king for a brief period," said the old man. Su Ping was shocked. "Really? Does it have any side effects?" The old man was surprised to hear such a reply. Most people would have been thrilled to hear such news, but Su Ping was exceptionally calm. He suddenly realized why the young man could cultivate dual small worlds. He was indeed one of the best in terms of potential and personality. There are indeed side effects, but you won't be badly affected. To be more precise, it'll give you the aura of a deity king for now, but you wouldn't be a real deity king. The old man continued, "The side effect is that your level will plummet and you'll turn into an ordinary person. However, your potential won't be hurt. It'll take no more than 10 years for you to cultivate back to your current level. All that matters is whether or not you're up for it." Su Ping was stunned. "Do I have to recultivate? What about my dual small worlds?" "The laws and paths you've grasped won't disappear. Even if you become an ordinary person, the power will still reside in your body. You can even be called the strongest mortal alive," said the old man. Su Ping was rather suspicious, but he didn't show any of it. He simply asked, "Are there other ways?" Chapter 1135, The Path-Seeking Pill. "Not that I know of." The old man shook his head. As if realizing Su Ping's concerns, he said, "Young man, I wouldn't demean myself by tricking you. Besides, you did Golden Lotus a favor. I won't hurt you. You will only benefit from this." "That's right. I trust Senior Dark Demon," said Golden Lotus quickly. Su Ping couldn't help but glance at her, and felt like rolling his eyes. That innocent girl probably wouldn't even realize it if anyone sold her for money. "Senior Cauldron." "Don't ask me. I don't know. But I think he's right in saying it's the only method. As for the side effects, humph, I only believe half of what he says anyway," said the Cauldron woman with a snort. Hearing the anger in her words, Su Ping wore a bitter smile and said to the old man, "What's your method, Senior?" "Like I said, it's the most wondrous thing for you. Others can't have it even if they wanted to. This Cauldron surely knows. It's the king-level path-seeking pill," said the old man slowly. The Cauldron woman's expression changed a bit and gazed at him. "You have such a pill?" "Not just the pill, I even have its recipe. The old monster was just mediocre at the beginning. He couldn't have become a deity king without me. He learned everything from me." The old man spoke proudly, but then had a forlorn face. "Unfortunately for me, he learned everything except how to be a decent human being. It's my fault that he transformed from an innocent young man into an unparalleled demon." "I'm glad you acknowledged it," the woman sneered. The old man ignored her and said to Su Ping, "This path-seeking pill allows you to feel the power of other levels. It's a king-level pill that will give you the power and aura of a deity king. Unfortunately, the effect will expire in 3 days. We must distance ourselves from the other deity kings in 3 days, or we'll be exposed." Su Ping was astonished. He couldn't help but ask the system. The system soon replied. The pill was also pet food, but it was of a high level and its details were unknown. That is, unless the advanced edition of the pet food encyclopedia was paid for. Another 1,000,000 energy points. "That is correct," replied the system quickly. Even though Su Ping felt he was being ripped off, he paid for it anyway. He blamed himself for not getting in touch with the fancy food sooner. He then planned to exchange for all the encyclopedias available after he returned to his store. "Your store must first be improved to level 7 if you want to exchange for the top encyclopedias," reminded the system. Su Ping was lost for words. The system loved peeping into his mind just like usual. He stopped pondering over the matter. The information on the path-seeking pill popped up in his head after the exchange. The book was written in the age of deities and gods. There were emperor-level and even heaven-level pills. Nobody had been able to create a path-seeking pill beyond the heaven level just yet. Its effect is exactly the same as described by the sutra. He's not lying to me. Su Ping was slightly reassured after reading it. There wouldn't be any side effects if he ate the pill while in the ascendant state. He would benefit from it profoundly. Alas, his level was too low. Accidents could happen if he swallowed the pill. He might even lose his consciousness. If nothing untoward happened, all his power would be exhausted and he would become an ordinary person. Aside from the pill, I will teach you a technique named Thousand Illusions. Once you cultivate it, you'll be able to simulate the aura of any person in your level. If you grasp it fully, you can even simulate the aura of a level higher than yours, but the highest you can emulate is the Emperor level. The old man added, once you combine the technique and the path-seeking pill, you should be able to fool them if they don't examine you thoroughly. Since you'll be next to your master, I don't think he'll blatantly examine you. The other deity kings wouldn't dare to insult you either if they know that you've inherited the legacy. The old man understood other people's tendencies very well. Su Ping gave a slight nod after hearing that. What he said was true. There's no time to lose. Let's get started since you're on board. The old man flipped his hand and a black box appeared. He then removed the seal on the box. There was a crystal pill inside which emitted an alluring fragrance. It was a king-level pill, but it couldn't withstand the infinite loneliness and chose to extinguish its consciousness. What a shame. The old man looked at the pill and heaved a sigh. The woman raised her eyebrows. Even if it hadn't extinguished its consciousness, wouldn't it still die if you feed it to someone else? Spare us the pretense. The old man shook his head. If it's conscious, then there's no need to consume it. The pill can give this young man the same effect if it's willing to help, although the effect would expire sooner. The cauldron woman snorted, but didn't say anything. The old man gave him the pill, and then pointed at Su Ping's forehead. A technique was then instantly transmitted into his head. You've already picked up the technique thanks to my direct transmission, but you have to break the last bottleneck on your own if you want to reach the peak, said the old man. Su Ping instantly detected that a huge amount of information was spreading out in his head. It took a long while for Su Ping to finally realize he had basically grasped the technique, just as if he would have practiced it for years. Thank you, sir, said Su Ping and accepted the pill, confirming that it was indeed the path-seeking pill. He swallowed the pill without hesitation. A cool and smooth feeling spread across his body as the pill entered his mouth. Then, Su Ping felt that a stream of power was permeating his every cell. His body had already been full of energy. However, at the moment he was like a land overtaken by drought for years and finally embracing rain. A power he had never detected or experienced surged out of his cells and the bottom of his heart. Su Ping's consciousness was humming. He felt that his body was transcending. His aura seemed to be expanding quickly. However, the rapid growth didn't make him feel the least bit uncomfortable. He couldn't have felt more exhilarated. He soon approached the ascendant state. In his head, the triple small worlds were condensed into a divine mark, which contained infinite power in the form of small worlds illusions. After that, the divine mark quickly turned into a magnificent sphere that was like the universe itself. Su Ping somehow felt like he had seen a similar view in the past. It was like a super-strengthened small world. I have to condense a divine mark to reach the ascendant state. Once I attain the celestial state, the divine mark will evolve into a real world, or even a small universe. Su Ping was enlightened as he felt the changes inside his body. The pill had walked him through the process of rising to the celestial state in something like a dream state. Naturally, it was highly beneficial for him. Even though he had fought deity kings in cultivation sites 1,000,000 times, every outcome had been instant death. He could only experience how strong they were as an observer, but now he could do it in person. No wonder the pet food encyclopedia described the pill as an extremely rare and precious pill for cultivation. However, the pill had a minor flaw. This shortcoming was nothing in the eyes of others. It was the conclusion made by the system after summarizing infinite information. The flaw was that very few people who had taken the path-seeking pill would ever rise to the top of the next level. In other words, if anyone experienced the next level through the path-seeking pill, they would only become mediocre in that level. Very few of them could reach the top tier. Perhaps that was the price of using external help. Still, it was a king-level pill anyway. Furthermore, it was very effective. Anyone with reasonable potential could reach the level they experienced with its help. After all, it would be downright dumb if they fail on the road they had already trodden once. This pill showed me how to condense the divine mark with triple small worlds. I'll be able to rise to the celestial state if I do the exact same. I'd be quite the tough celestial. After all, not everybody has triple small worlds. However, my future journey beyond the celestial state will be difficult if I do exactly the same as it showed. I might not even have the courage to finish the rest of the journey. You cannot depend on anything except yourself on the cultivation journey. I must walk on a superior path to neutralize the pill's flaw. Maybe I'll be able to avoid the pill's negative influence when I condense the fourth small world, Su Ping thought. He certainly didn't cultivate triple small worlds as arduously just to remain stuck in the celestial state. Chapter 1136, Gathering of Celestial State Experts. This is what it feels like to be in the celestial state. Su Ping examined the surging power inside his body, feeling that it was echoing with the world around him. He could almost touch the infinite laws in the void and modify them however he wanted to. Su Ping vaguely had an epiphany. So, I can even break and change the laws of the outside world when my own small world is powerful enough. He was only able to vaguely detect the celestial state's power for the moment. He couldn't really wield it yet. His feelings would have been even stronger if he were truly in the celestial state. Even so, he found the power extremely astounding. He remembered how the celestial beasts had killed him instantly in the cultivation sites, somehow understanding why he died so abruptly and what kind of power was used to kill him. He was no longer as confused as before. No wonder it's a rare, state-of-the-art pill. Although I won't condense my divine mark with triple small worlds, it'll work as a great reference to me. This will make things a lot easier for me in the future, Su Ping thought. The pill was of great help for him and could also be considered a top treasure. Putting the treasures looted from the undersea palace aside, it was the greatest finding in the trial so far. The pill is now in effect and will expire in 3 days. Normally speaking, it's best to train in seclusion and record your feelings in detail. However, given the circumstances, there's no time for that right now, said the old man gently. Su Ping nodded. He had already felt it. It was unnecessary for him to keep a detailed record. The visualized path wouldn't be used by him. Both the old man and the cauldron woman were surprised by Su Ping's acceptance. They had gained a better understanding of his personality. Not everybody could have resisted the opportunity of exerting power as a deity king. If they recorded their feelings carefully, their chances of becoming a deity king would be at least doubled. However, Su Ping was willing to let go of the opportunity, merely using the pill to cover his aura. Both artifacts saw it as a huge waste. "Kid, you're quite determined," remarked the cauldron woman. There was less casualness and disdain in her tone and more approval. The old man gave a slight nod and said, "Since you're ready, let's go. Young man, all of us will be hiding in your small world later. You must take care of everything. You can release me later if necessary. Remember that you are the legacy's inheritor and a real celestial state expert from now on." "Okay." Su Ping nodded. He was a good actor. The old man nodded, then led the group to another direction inside the route. An unusual array surfaced in his hand when they approached a certain spot in the route, and a portal appeared in the darkness. The old monster's hollow array. The cauldron woman looked at the array and narrowed her eyes. "Did you teach him that? If you're capable of setting up such an array, you can go anywhere without the ancient tree, right?" The old man was rather indifferent to her. Like I said, I taught him everything. He couldn't have reached those heights without my help. He continued. He set up anti-arrays inside his residence. This portal can only teleport us within the residence. The heaven lightning barrier blocks this portal too. We won't be truly free if we don't leave this place. Why else do you think he chose to be reborn? You really think this array is invincible? The woman raised her eyebrows. The old monster had survived the hunting of countless deities with that portal years before. She didn't know there would be that many restrictions. She didn't doubt the old man's explanation. After all, he wouldn't have offered the path-seeking pill to Su Ping if he could leave right away. Su Ping listened in silence, not interjecting. Once, the old monster they mentioned seemed to have been the protagonist in his age, and that demonic sutra was the golden finger he had picked. It was just like Su Ping's system. He rose to the sky from his prior mediocre state with that golden finger. However, there were different kinds of people in the world. Some were born extraordinary and garnered admiration, and others were born unremarkable. Of the latter kind, some were just downright useless, while others had simply lacked the opportunity. They would seize the opportunity once it was manifested, unleashing their potential. In the end, they would all rise and become invincible. The owner of the ruins was one of the latter. That was why he rose and became a great devil. Young man, you must take it from here. The old man stared at Su Ping solemnly. If you enter this array, you'll be teleported to the residence's gate where you'll meet your master. You are now the legacy successor, so you cannot directly ask them to disrupt Yi Chen's rebirth. You must make use of their greedy nature and prompt them to sneak in. They will surely discover the truth once things are set in motion, but will already be far away. Don't worry about your master blaming you later. You can always explain that you didn't get the complete legacy and were set up, which would be proven by the plummeting of your cultivation. Your master will believe you as long as he's not absolutely heartless. I can stay at your side for now if there are no choices. You are a kind-hearted young man. I can teach you, taking you in as your master. I'm sure I won't raise another demon. Old man, that's one thorough plan. The cauldron woman mocked. I heard that the old monster used to be an innocent young man in the beginning. Weren't you the one who changed him? Are you trying to raise another devil? In my opinion, if you want to save the world, you'd better bury yourself somewhere so that no one ever finds you. The old man glanced at her coldly, then ignored her. Yi Chen, Su Ping had finally learned the name of that place's owner. His lips twitched. That name was indeed befitting of a protagonist. He asked curiously, did this Yi Chen's parents die at a very young age? How do you know that? The old man was rather surprised. He looked at Su Ping with suspicion in his eyes. Wild guess, Su Ping coughed. From the look in their eyes he could tell that wasn't the time to joke around. They were only making use of each other. There wasn't a smidge of trust between them. Their fragile partnership could be easily broken. I heard that his parents named him Yi Chen One, because they were like grains of dust, added the woman. Of course. Su Ping nodded quickly. So cliché. Young man, you'll take it from here, said the old man solemnly. The woman threatened, if you dare to play any tricks, I will detonate the curse power inside you. You'll die for sure. I hope you'll remember that you're not as strong as you're feeling right now. You're just a weakling like you were before, understand? Yes, I do, Su Ping nodded obediently. The woman was slightly surprised. She felt at a loss. The old man looked at Su Ping thoughtfully. He then asked Su Ping to open his small world. All of them hid inside Su Ping's world of illusion. He took a deep breath and stepped into the hollow array the darkness before his eyes was gone. He then saw the gate of a ragged residence. It was surrounded by remains that were clearly withered blades of grass. After such a long time passed, all the grass was so dry they would shatter the moment they were touched. At the gate Su Ping saw 3 celestial experts. Besides the man in white and his master, there was also a graceful young woman. The woman was wearing a purple robe and looked quite intimidating. Her eyes resembled willow leaves, tranquil and calm. She seemed to be a person who wouldn't be tricked or intimidated. While the three Celestials were examining the place, they were stunned to see the person who came out of nowhere. Su Ping. Su Ping had arrived so abruptly, it seemed, as if he had just flashed over. You! All of them detected Su Ping when they saw him. Their expressions changed when they noticed his aura. Shock flashed in Shen Huang's eyes, which was soon replaced by ecstasy. You've acquired the legacy. Su Ping said with a smile, Yes, master. Congratulations, Shen Huang. You got a great disciple, remarked the man in white with mixed feelings. The graceful woman, on the other hand, stared at Su Ping silently. What the legacy? Many people came out from the void at that moment. Their intimidating auras felt like looming mountains. They were the Celestials from the other star zones. It's the brat. Did he really win the legacy? He's already in the celestial state. Wait, his aura doesn't seem to be very steady. Is it because he's just received the legacy? The celestial state experts came from everywhere and stared at Su Ping with astonishment. Some were regretful, while others were outright furious. Su Ping saw their expressions clearly and figured out which of them were on unfriendly terms with Shen Huang. He said, Master, I've claimed the legacy in the ruins. The rest of you may take your disciples away now. Brat, you just reached the celestial state, and now you want to kick us away. He's just like his master. Su Ping's announcement infuriated many of the Celestials present. This man is being awfully rude and disrespectful. That being said, nobody got around to really scold Su Ping. After all, even though his aura was unsteady, Shen Huang was right by his side. The Golden Star Zone would surely rise if Shen Huang and his allies worked together. The balance of the universe was very likely to change. Is my disciple all right? Bring him to me right now, cried one of the celestial state experts. Disable the barrier and let us in, shouted another celestial. However, it was clear that he was planning something else. One Dust. Chapter 1137. Rebirth of the Old Monster. I just inherited the legacy. According to the ancient deity's last wish, I have to run an errand for him so that I could gain control of this residence and his treasures. Su Ping said the excuse he had thought of. He then spoke to Shen Huang, Master, I cannot carry out the task alone. I hope you can help me. Of course, Shen Huang readily accepted, not bothered that Su Ping wasn't using a courteous title. Su Ping was already a celestial state peer. He didn't really care about manners anymore. Master, wait for me there, said Su Ping telepathically. He then sent the coordinates of the spot in the extension of the ancient tree's route to Shen Huang. I'll be there soon. But if we both go, what about your residence? Shen Huang frowned and thought that Su Ping was too young and overly confident. He didn't think it was wise for the latter to have publicly said he was going for an errand or why he was doing it. Everybody learned that Su Ping had yet to acquire the treasures in the residence, and that he only inherited the power. It's all right, replied Su Ping with confidence via telepathy. Shen Huang thought for a moment but chose to stay silent, seeing Su Ping's relaxed attitude. After all, Su Ping was no longer just a disciple of his. He would have lectured him in the past. He had to carefully consider the relationship between them at that moment. They had been master and disciple for only a few years. Most of his other disciples had been with him for tens of thousands of years. The other Celestials were confused when they saw Shen Huang leave. Su Ping said, I'm off to do that errand. Please watch over my residence for now. I will open it and release your disciples when I come back. Su Ping then teleported himself back into the ancient tree's route through the hollow array. Then Su Ping rushed along the route and soon reached its end, which was already in the deep space beyond the residence. Black light flashed on Su Ping's body. The old man appeared and examined the darkness carefully. Soon, he said, That's right, your master is already outside. Okay. Su Ping was relieved. The old man instantly opened the channel for Su Ping and reminded him, there are chaos-based laws and disruptive power outside. It's difficult for you to survive there. You'd better ask the cauldron to look out for you, or you may get exposed easily. I would do that even if you didn't say anything, said the cauldron woman with a snort in Su Ping's body. The old man didn't say anything else. He entered Su Ping's small world as a wisp of smoke. Su Ping was quite solemn. He knew the real life and death test was about to begin. He took a deep breath and walked out of the teleportation array. He felt that a power surged out of his second small world and enshrouded him the moment he stepped out. Su Ping then saw his master waiting for him in the deep space. Shen Huang's eyes glittered when he saw his disciple safely standing in that environment. He nodded and said, "You're here. How did you pick this place with such ease?" "This place." Su Ping was about to say something. The residents behind him suddenly started to tremble and a furious roar resounded. "Who did this? Which son of a bitch did this?" He sounded extremely furious and somehow familiar. Su Ping suddenly remembered it was Lin Xiu's voice, whom he had annihilated. Is the man not dead yet? Also, his voice carried all the way here. Huh? Or Kai? Shen Huang also heard the roar and was slightly stunned by it. The roar came from the ruins, which were protected by the barrier. Even the Celestials would have difficult to send their voices into the ruins. They certainly couldn't shout as loudly. They would have explored the ruins with echo devices if their voices could enter the residence. Lin Xiu isn't dead. How is it possible? Could it be? Su Ping thought quickly, and his heart pounded when he came up with a terrible speculation. Did Lin Xiu somehow pass the second test, sneak to that place, and end up being possessed by old monster Yi? Otherwise, he couldn't have uttered such a loud voice, with a mere star Lord cultivation. Su Ping confirmed his theory as he felt the anxious urge from the old man and the cauldron in his second small world. He quickly said, "Master, there's not enough time. Let's get out of here." Shen Huang seemed puzzled. He looked at Su Ping thoughtfully and said, "If you're in any. My best to help you. I placed my hopes on Kaian-Hu earlier because I wanted to protect you. I hope you can understand me. There's a great devil being suppressed inside. I must accomplish the task right now to figure out a way to keep him suppressed," said Su Ping quickly. He didn't care about his master's explanation anymore. It was impossible for his master to make up for what he did anyway. Shen Huang's eyes glittered. He asked, "What's this devil's level?" "Celestial state." "Then why don't you open the residence? We'll kill him together," suggested Shen Huang. Su Ping said with a bitter smile, "The devil is too ferocious. I fear he might kill someone at the cost of his own life." "You underestimate celestial experts. Nobody can escape or kill any of us if all the 12 of us work together," said Shen Huang peacefully. Su Ping slightly changed his expression. He realized that his master had noticed the flaw in his excuse and figured out he was in a rush to leave that place. "Sir?" Su Ping took a deep breath and stared at Shen Huang. It was the first time he had stared at a celestial expert as a man of equal status. "Do you trust me? If you do, please come with me." The expert's expression grew thoughtful as he gazed at Su Ping for a moment. In the end, he gave a slight nod and said, "Fine, I'll go with you no matter where you're headed." Su Ping felt relieved. "Sir, I'm eternally in your debt." Shen Huang put on a smile. "One day a master, always a master. Let's go. Where to?" "To Rhea in the Celestial Court," said Su Ping. He stopped using excuses since everything had reached that point. It was no longer necessary to cover things up. His master had realized that his previous claims were untrue. He wouldn't be safe until he returned to his store. Shen Huang's eyes glittered. He nodded, no longer pressing for answers. He opened a teleportation channel in the void and stepped in. Su Ping trailed behind. Hardly had they left when a man with unkempt hair dashed out of the residence. It was none other than Lin Xiu, whom Su Ping had killed earlier. The shabby man's eyes were full of brutality and ferocity when he saw the celestial experts outside the residence. Those celestial state experts were considering whether or not they should just break in and look for treasures, since Su Ping and Shen Huang were gone. Some thought that Su Ping had purposefully lured them to do that. So, they were still giving it a thought. When Lin Xiu appeared out of nowhere, one of the celestial experts was both stunned and delighted. Lin Xiu, is that you? Tell me what happened. Did Su Ping claim the legacy? Su Ping, the legacy. Lin Xiu felt dazed. Then, his bloodshot eyes emitted a dangerous vibe that didn't belong to the previous Lin Xiu. However, he lowered his eyes and covered up the effect. So that brat did all this. Place, I will surely erase your consciousnesses and refine you when I catch you. Lin Xiu roared crazily in his heart. But his expression was back to normal when he raised his head. He said calmly, Master, I have the legacy. I've passed the test. Why do you think that brat claimed the legacy? Chapter 1138, Yang Yi. You've passed the test. A celestial state expert who had black and white hair was stunned by what he saw. It was none other than Yang Yi, Lin Xiu's master and the leader of the Dark Star Zone. The other Celestials narrowed their eyes upon hearing what Lin Xiu said. They soon noticed that Lin Xiu's aura wasn't that of a Star Lord state anymore. It was undoubtedly a Celestial state signature. The unusual phenomena caused by Celestial state power were invisible to Star Lords and Ascendants, but other Celestials could see it clearly. It was exactly the same as how Su Ping appeared earlier. The ruins gave birth to two Celestial state experts. Which of them was real and which was fake? All the Celestial experts were shocked and suspicious. Conversely, Yang Yi was surprised and delighted. He said, Have you really claimed the legacy? Su Ping came out earlier. He also displayed Celestial state power. Did two ancient Celestials leave their legacies in the ruins? Or maybe he was faking it. But Lin Xiu realized what happened and showed an angry sneer. Master, I treated you fairly and respected you for many years, but you betrayed me in the end. It's true that everyone would betray me in the end, including my own parents. You're not the exception. Brutality and thirst for blood emanated from his eyes, but he soon concealed them. He said to Yang Yi, Master, he lied to you. His cultivation hasn't risen to the celestial state. He simply took a pill that gave him a celestial aura for a brief period of time. He is still a Star Lord at the moment. Where is he? The Celestials showed astonishment, but they somehow believed what Lin Xiu had said. Even though Su Ping had disguised himself well, the fact that he left in a rush was disconcerting, no matter how he explained it. Why would he want to leave if he had just inherited the legacy? The experts present realized that Su Ping probably didn't get the legacy and only found some treasures. He ran off because he feared that whoever received the legacy would ask him to give them up. Furthermore, Shen Huang was gone. He was probably escorting his disciple on the way back. I see. Yang Yi was greatly enlightened. A celestial expert then asked curiously, What kind of pill is as amazing? Lin Xiu looked at the celestial expert and said coldly, It's a king-level path-seeking pill. It's already extinct now, but you probably have heard about it from other ancient ruins. Seriously, the path-seeking pill? One of the Celestials took a deep breath. He clearly knew of the item. So, even if Shen Huang's disciple didn't get the legacy, he was quite lucky nonetheless. It's been said that he's so talented he cultivated unique triple small worlds. Given his potential and the effects of the pill, it's only a matter of time for him to rise to the celestial state. The other Celestials exchanged, looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't expect two celestial state experts to emerge from that place. They had learned of Su Ping's triple small worlds through their respective disciples. They finally understood why Su Ping was able to crush all the other geniuses when he was only in the star state. Su Ping was truly terrifying when considering his potential. Even they envied him. After all, having cultivated the unprecedented triple small worlds, he might make greater accomplishments than theirs. Lin Xiu had a grave expression. He was already aware of that. After all, the former Lin Xiu had seen it with his own eyes and learned everything about that era from the guy's memories. That was also the reason why he chose to walk around as Lin Xiu. He wouldn't have been scared of those Celestials if his treasures would have been looted by Su Ping. However, he only had his own power at the moment, as all the weapons had been taken. Also, he was still weak after just being reborn. He would still need Yang Yi's protection. I will dominate the universe when I recover my treasures. Goddamn thief. Lin Xiu felt as if his heart were bleeding upon remembering the emptied undersea palace. He examined the palace through the teleportation arrays and saw that the sutra was gone. At first he thought it had been stolen. It wasn't until that moment that he realized he had been betrayed. However, the goddamn brat won't live for long. He must have been threatened and manipulated by them. The brat will surely die once they leave this place. However, they can't possibly get away. When I find them, I will surely. Lin Xiu's heart was burning with the desire to kill. He had already decided how to batter and torture them when he found them. They wouldn't forget the lesson for the rest of their lives. No wonder the kid was in a rush to leave. I'm going to find them. They must have gone back to the Celestial Court. Lin Xiu, you're also going to the Celestial Court. Come with me, Yang Yi immediately said. He certainly wouldn't give Su Ping the opportunity to grow up. Since he was just a fake Celestial, Shen Huang was the only one who could protect him against the other Celestials. Even if they couldn't kill Shen Huang, the others could easily destroy the Celestial Court as long as one of them kept him busy. That was also what the Celestial State experts were scared of. They were all on the same level. They could hardly kill a Celestial even if two of them were fighting them, unless the two were truly determined. Even so, one of them could be killed in the end. However, it wasn't difficult if they only wanted to keep the opponent busy. The other Celestial could easily destroy his disciples and subordinates. Great. Lin Xiu quickly accepted the request. Can you open the residence? Su Ping went and disappeared elsewhere. I suspect he can't open the residence. You opening the residence will be a direct proof that you've inherited the legacy, said another Celestial who was friends with Yang Yi. He was only asking for Yang Yi's sake. After all, it would have been inappropriate if Yang Yi had asked the question. Humph. Lin Xiu snorted but didn't say a thing. He waved his hand, and a giant beast that looked like a ferocious tiger hopped out of the residence. The beast turned out to be one of the 10 most dangerous beasts in the age of deities and demons. It was even more terrifying than the ghost lamp nether fish. He had found and tamed the beast with the help of the demonic sutra. It was absolutely loyal to him. The celestial experts gasped upon seeing the creature. They finally believed that Lin Xiu had indeed inherited the legacy. It was quite the intimidating beast. It was an actual celestial state pet. All the Celestials fell silent and stopped questioning Lin Xiu after watching him hop onto the beast's head. Those who were close to Shen Huang heaved sighs. It seemed that a gory battle was inevitable. Yang Yi, ask your disciple to release ours. The trial is over, so it's time for us to go, said a celestial state expert. Yang Yi raised his eyebrows as he realized the malicious intent in the request. It was true that Lin Xiu was his disciple, but he was no longer what he used to be. Even Yang Yi, being his master, had to consider him an equal. After all, Lin Xiu had already reached the celestial state and was qualified to be called by his own name, instead of being referred to as someone's disciple. That's right, release my disciple, we're leaving, another celestial state expert said. They didn't want to stay any longer, they were also worried about their disciple's safety. Lin Xiu frowned and considered for a moment, eventually nodding. No problem. Just with a thought, he transported everybody who had been waiting outside the palace with green lamps to the empty ground next to him. Lin Xiu. Everybody was stunned to see him. Many were terrified when they saw him riding the ferocious beast. Even though all of them were top star lords, the celestial state beast wasn't concealing one bit of its brutality, making them feel as if they were in a swamp full of crocodiles, about to be killed at any moment. Huh, where's my disciple? Some celestial state experts searched the crowd but didn't find their protégés. They couldn't help but show distress in their expressions. Lin Xiu said calmly, the trial for the legacy is risky. Those who failed have perished. I would have ended the same way if I hadn't passed the trial. That's the price for reaching the celestial state. The experts' expressions displayed anger, but they also knew that Lin Xiu was right. Was there anything truly risk-free? To reach the top of the universe was certainly dangerous. All the disciples were stunned to hear what Lin Xiu had said. They didn't expect Lin Xiu to have claimed the legacy, not after seeing with their own eyes that Su Ping had slain him. Furthermore, Su Ping had acquired the key. Su Ping took part in the trial too. Why is he still alive? Asked one of the Celestials. Lin Xiu was furious. That was precisely the source of his anger. Su Ping had entered his residence, but he wasn't killed by the nether fish. He even plundered all the treasuries and took away the essential dragon and phoenix blood containers. It was all the nether fish's fault. I don't know. Maybe he didn't enter the land of legacy and instead went somewhere else. In any case, we'll know what happened when we find him. Chapter 1139. Return to the store. Su Ping didn't get the legacy. The other people who participated in the trial were dumbfounded to hear Lin Xiu and the celestial state expert's conversation. They didn't expect that Su Ping, the key bearer, would choose not to participate in the trial. Those who had embarked on the trial road beyond the lamps would never return. It's great that he's fine. In the crowd, Lulin Lin and the others heaved sighs. They were slower than others when they passed the second test, so there were more than 20 people ahead of them waiting in line for the third test. We didn't see Lin Xiu participate in the second test. Why is he the one who won the legacy? Thought one of the participants, but didn't dare to ask, as Lin Xiu was as alive as anyone could be at the moment and his pet was extremely ferocious. They knew better than provoking that guy, or even their masters might not be able to save them. One of the celestial state experts called out to their disciple. Hong Yu, come here. The other celestial state experts also summoned their disciples. One of them was close to Shui Qianhu. They summoned Shui Qianhu, Diaz and the others who hadn't taken part in the test yet and took them away. Shui Qianhu emboldened himself and asked the celestial expert, "My lord, what happened exactly?" The celestial court expert looked at him, slightly astonished by his boldness. He simply heaved a sigh and whispered, "The celestial court is in trouble. Your senior brother Su Ping didn't get the legacy. He merely stole an artifact from the ruins. Lin Xiu won't let him go now after becoming the inheritor." Didn't Su Ping have the key? Shui Qianhu couldn't help but ask. Diaz was similarly puzzled. They had surmised that Su Ping would most likely get the legacy. The celestial expert shook his head. He and the other celestial state experts also thought that Su Ping would surely win the legacy after learning he had established triple small worlds. No other trial taker was as talented as him. However, the outcome was unexpected. They didn't know what happened exactly. "Let's go to the celestial court," said the celestial expert. Not dallying further, he simply took them away. The other celestials took their respective disciples. The Lulen family's friends took the members of the Lulen family to the celestial court. A war was about to break out. They wanted to witness it in person. In space, outside of a star zone, Shen Huang and Su Ping appeared. The former's expression changed somewhat from the moment they arrived. "What's the matter?" Su Ping felt that his heart was racing upon seeing his master's sudden change. Shen Huang quickly tore the void apart to create a teleportation channel, then enshrouded Su Ping with power from the void and entered the channel. "Did you or did you not inherit the legacy?" asked Shen Huang in a low voice. There was no telling what he was truly thinking. Su Ping's eyes twitched. He didn't answer. Lin Xiu just came out of the ruins with a celestial state beast as his mount. He claimed that your celestial state aura was produced by a path-seeking pill. Shen Huang looked ahead and spoke steadily. Su Ping was dazed. He immediately thought of the celestial expert's capabilities and realized why Shen Huang knew what had happened in the ruins, even though they had already left. He was reading information from another time and space. It was a method that only celestials were capable of using. Their paths had already been melded with the paths of the universe. They had transcended the perfect path of time. That power was incomprehensible to those below the celestial state. It seems that the old monster has been reborn. It's only natural that he could reign in a ferocious beast, Su Ping thought. Right now, Lin Xiu and his master Yang Yi are on their way over, ready to take things back from us, said Shen Huang as calmly as before. You got the key, but you didn't inherit the legacy. I want to know what happened back there. Su Ping spoke after a long silence. Master, it's a scheme. A scheme? Shen Huang's eyebrows rose ever so slightly. Knowing that it was impossible to keep it a secret anymore, Su Ping decided to confess the whole truth. Zhu didn't inherit the legacy. Rather, the legacy chose him. He's not exactly Lin Zhu anymore, but Yi Chen, an ancient devil who was the master of those ruins. That devil needs 9 top constitutions for his rebirth since so many years have passed. He's still using Lin Zhu's appearance because he probably wants to take advantage of Yang Yi. After all, his power must be unstable right now, and he can't crush all the other celestials in the universe yet. I see, Shen Huang mumbled, as if he believed what Su Ping said. Then he said, but he's coming for you of all people. It might be because he's afraid that you'll also rise to the celestial state with the path-seeking pill, but it might also be because of the things you did back there, right? Su Ping's expression changed a bit. Then he nodded without hesitation. Yes, I took some of his treasures. One of them is an artifact. I couldn't have escaped without their coercion and your help. I might have ended up as one of the 9 constitutions he collected. Coercion? Shen Huang glanced at Su Ping and said, I heard that you have triple small worlds. You must have hidden them in your small world, right? No wonder we didn't detect anything. Can you show them to me? Su Ping gazed at him for a long time before he finally nodded. No problem. Demonic aura surged from his body. The cauldron woman turned into a black mist, gradually gathering into a hazy shadow next to him. You're this brat's master. I advise you not to play any tricks. Right now, the old devil is chasing you and I've planted a curse on this brat. I will have him die if you dare to attack. Also, don't try to manipulate me. You don't have enough power to manipulate me yet, declared the woman proudly. She wasn't at all scared as she faced Shen Huang alone. The latter glanced at the woman and listened in silence, as if pondering over something. Light glittered outside of the channel at that moment, and they finally slid out. Before them was an enormous blue planet, which was none other than Rhea. Su Ping's eyes glittered, but he didn't say anything else. Shen Huang snapped out of his ruminations. He glanced at the planet and then at Su Ping. As if having read something from Su Ping's eyes, he then said softly, This is your territory, lead the way. Su Ping nodded. He instantly ripped the void apart and dashed towards Rhea. The cauldron woman's original self was still in Su Ping's small world as she was being pulled to the planet. She scanned the whole place, not finding anything unusual. She didn't want to stay any longer once she saw that Shen Huang wasn't going to attack her. She said, Brat, our deal is over. The old monster has already returned. It's time we go our separate ways. No rush, said Su Ping. This is a safe place. It'll be dangerous for you if you go to other places. Shen Huang's eyes glittered. He then said casually, Indeed. If the old monster, as you call him, is taking advantage of Yang Yi, it means that he's still weak. Now that he's been reborn, we might as well do him a favor and help him die again. The cauldron woman and Su Ping couldn't help but glance at him, astonished at his brutality. Su Ping had never seen that side of his master. He was greatly surprised. But then, he thought it was natural. After all, his master had reigned over the celestial court for countless years. He wouldn't believe that the latter was a simple and merciful man. Some people had seen infinite dirt and dust, but they refused to be filthy. Maybe it wasn't because they were kind-hearted, but because they didn't want to demean themselves. After all, very few people would voluntarily hide in the gutter. They wished they could be admired by other people in the light too. Kill the old monster, just you and us. The woman raised her brows in suspicion. Still, she was indeed tempted because she hadn't made a move to leave. Shen Huang glanced at Su Ping. Instead of asking for my help in such a dangerous moment, you chose to return to this place. I've always wanted to find out about the person who's been covering your stream of fate, making it impossible to see your original self. He's probably also a man who should have perished in the rivers of time, but somehow survived. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He wasn't surprised by Shen Huang's conjectures. Merely 2 seconds of silence passed before he nodded and said, You can say that. There's another celestial expert here. The cauldron woman's eyebrows rose a bit. Everybody walked out of the void at that moment, finding themselves right in front of Su Ping's store on planet Rhea. The customers waiting in line were astounded, going bonkers when they saw Shen Huang. Some were even shrieking. "It's Shen Huang. The master of the Celestial Court is here, in the flesh. B-Boss Su has invited Shen Huang to his store. Oh my God. I just saw him in the commercial." Many customers were shocked. Shen Huang's statues had been set in every important and prosperous planet within the Golden Star Zone. Aside from his statues, there were also statues of great scientists and pioneers. Of course, everybody knew what the leader of their star zone looked like. However, none of them expected that Su Ping would bring his master to the store. That was a celestial state expert. Even the ascendant cultivators would tremble in his presence. "I've long heard that Boss Su is Shen Huang's disciple. I didn't know it was true. Am I dreaming this? Outside of the store, no one knew who started it, but everybody fell on their knees as a sign of utmost reverence. Shen Huang didn't feel anything special to see this. He had grown used to such gestures. Both he and the Cauldron Woman were observing Su Ping's store at the moment. Su Ping had played a trick when he moved through deep space. They got out within the range of his store, so he was already safe. It wasn't until that moment that Su Ping felt completely relieved. He chuckled and said, "Master, come on in, please." Both Shen Huang and the woman noticed Su Ping's change. They narrowed their eyes curiously. They couldn't detect what lay beyond the store's closed doors, but they could clearly see everything else on display, including Tang Ruyan, Green Lady, and others who were busy working. Shen Huang. All the customers inside the store ran out in surprise after hearing the ruckus outside. They quickly knelt when they saw Shen Huang due to their shock. Su Ping helped the customers back to their feet. He then called Tang Ruyan and said, "Close the store for the day. Also, register the customers outside the store and ask them to leave for now." Tang Ruyan was stunned. She looked at Shen Huang, who was next to Su Ping, but she didn't recognize him. After all, she had been busy in the store ever since her arrival to the Federation with Su Ping. She had never paid attention to leaders such as Shen Huang. She asked curiously after receiving instructions, "Why? Did something happen?" "Yes, something big," Su Ping nodded. Green Lady and Joanna walked out solemnly. It was the first time that Su Ping had brought a celestial to the store. Both felt a lot of pressure. Shen Huang also saw them. Astonishment flashed in his eyes. He could tell that both of them were in the ascendant state, and yet they readily worked for Su Ping. Most importantly, he recognized that one of them was a pure god, and the other seemed to be a pill. It was a pill able to morph into a human being with ascendant state power. No doubt it was extremely rare. Furthermore, pure gods had already gone extinct in the universe. Why was there one in Su Ping's store? Shen Huang suddenly felt that Su Ping carried more enigmas than he thought. Perhaps the man who had been silently helping Su Ping was an expert from the ancient past. A pill. The Cauldron Woman also recognized Green Lady's nature. Su Ping then opened his small world to release the demonic sutra and Golden Lotus. He already felt at home. It was unnecessary for him to hide anything anymore. "You truly consider a pill as a partner?" Golden Lotus found Green Lady quite familiar and was rather stunned. It wasn't until that moment that she finally believed what Su Ping said. The young man truly regarded them as his own kind and his partners. The old man, however, had been frowning ever since he showed up. He had noticed Su Ping's subtle changes. Furthermore, the store gave him a depressing and creepy feeling. Still, he could quite figure out what was wrong. "Huh." Shen Huang's expression changed a bit upon seeing the old man and Golden Lotus, not expecting that Su Ping was hiding more things. It wasn't too surprising, though. Still, the old man felt rather wicked and threatening. "I didn't know you were taking precautions against your own master." Shen Huang glanced at Su Ping and added, "That is why you ran off from Lin Ziu, right? Were you really held hostage by them?" Su Ping smiled awkwardly and said, "Master, don't be upset. They were hiding in my small world and I had to do whatever they asked me to. This was all her scheme. I probably would have been torn apart the moment I left the residence if you hadn't been by my side. They would have gone their separate ways by then." The old man raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "Why would we? Young man, as I said, even though I'm a demonic sutra, I have always been of a kind heart. I would have never hurt you." The cauldron woman sneered. "Brat, you're not too stupid. I would have killed you first had it not been for the treasures you offered me." Golden Lotus was stunned. "Treasures? What treasures?" The cauldron woman glimpsed at her. "The treasures he looted from the old monster's palace, of course. He took a lot of the treasures away, didn't he? He's given half of the treasures to me. Given enough time, I'll be able to remove the 3 restraints and even rise to the emperor level." Golden Lotus was dazed. She didn't expect that Su Ping would give those treasures to the demonic cauldron. Had he been planning to conspire with the cauldron since the very beginning? Chapter 1140, Suppression. "So, you've been making preparations." The old man realized what Su Ping was up to. He had been conspiring with the cauldron woman without letting anyone else know. He had probably made such an arrangement to fend against him. However, what puzzled him was Su Ping's candid acceptance. He would have remained ignorant and could have fallen for the trap if Su Ping hadn't said anything. Was it because he thought it was unnecessary to hide anymore, now that his master was with him? "Don't you know that working with devils will have unexpected consequences?" "Young man, you're too careless," said the old man. The cauldron woman sneered. "I'm more trustworthy than you. Since you're free, our deal is over. Your master mentioned that old monster Yi is coming here. I'm leaving." The old man wasn't interested in talking to the woman anymore and wanted to straight out leave. The store gave him an extremely creepy vibe. He had been uncomfortable ever since he entered. The cauldron woman nodded. "That's right. I promised I would ensure your safety. Since this guy is not hostile, I thank you for your help and bid you goodbye. Until next time, haha, I doubt we'll ever meet again. Ha ha ha." She turned around and walked out after saying that. Su Ping smiled and shut the door with a thought. "It's too late to leave now, guys." "Huh." The old man stopped with a cold expression. "Young man, what do you want?" "I risked my life on the way over. I cannot let you walk away just like this. Besides, considering your personality, you'll be a hazard if you leave. It'll be better if you just stay here under my supervision." Su Ping chuckled. He finally shed all pretense. "Why, you think your master alone is capable of holding us back?" The cauldron woman turned around and narrowed her eyes. She and the old man were not hostile towards each other anymore. They seemed to be on the same side. Shen Huang. The latter felt innocent when comparing with their hostility and brutality. "I haven't done anything yet. Why did they mention me?" Su Ping fanned the flames before he could enter a word edgewise. "Master, I think they're looking down on you." Shen Huang glanced at Su Ping, lost for words. "Are you expecting me to clean up the mess you caused?" However, one responsibility of a master was to clean up their disciples' messes. He asked, "Who are those 2 people? Both of them seem to have celestial power." "One of them is a wicked cauldron that slaughters people, and the other is an evil sutra that was a bad influence to a kid," said Su Ping, not explaining their functions in detail. Naturally, Shen Huang knew they weren't as simple as that. He was rendered speechless again by Su Ping's concise explanation. The cauldron woman was stunned for a moment, but then burst into laughter. She turned around and said to the old man, "See, he says you were a bad influence for a kid. Ha ha, old monster Yi would be infuriated to death again if he ever heard that someone was calling him a kid." The old man gloomily said, "Spare me your sharp words. Kid, you're not just relying on your master, right? You're also counting on the being hiding in the store, right? Why don't you ask them to come here and meet?" "Us." The cauldron woman stopped laughing and also looked around. They certainly knew that Su Ping wasn't acting boldly just because of his master, or he wouldn't have been as cautious on his way there. Furthermore, they knew that Su Ping was acting vigilantly before his master in a way. However, the latter seemed to have dropped all wariness ever since he got there. He seemed confident even after dropping all pretense. Shen Huang was quite curious about the person backing Su Ping since he had never been able to see through. Seeing no response, he asked Su Ping, "Disciple, where is the being who severed your river of fate?" Su Ping raised his eyebrows. He had learned about some of the celestial methods when he experienced the celestial state power, such as cutting off one's fate to release oneself from destiny. The system had probably changed his fate when it was bound to him. "They aren't qualified to meet him," said Su Ping. Even though the system hadn't shown its power often, Su Ping knew it well enough. Those two were truly unqualified to meet him. The system was at least an ancestral god, if not something even more powerful. Shen Huang was lost for words. "In fact, I want to meet him too." However, he found it embarrassing to ask again, because Su Ping had already put it that way. "Brat, you're being too cocky," said the cauldron woman with a frown. "Even though I approve of your previous behavior, I should kill you 100 times over for your rudeness." Su Ping smiled and ignored what she said, then spoke to Golden Lotus. "Miss Pan, I told you that I had a pill friend. I suggest that you stop following this demonic sutra. Ask your pill friends to stay in this store. This will be your shelter." Golden Lotus was in a daze. She couldn't help but look at the old man. Well, she was more convinced of Su Ping's claims after seeing Green Lady. Green Lady and Joanna also realized what was happening. Green Lady was slightly awkward, but Joanna behaved normally. She had been bold enough to challenge the superior gods back in the demigod burial. She wasn't afraid of mere deity kings. Besides, she had seen the power of Su Ping's store. Nobody could act freely while being inside. "You didn't get the legacy?" asked Joanna. Su Ping shook his head. "It was a trap and I nearly got killed. I couldn't have made it back without them." "A trap? You nearly got killed?" Joanna was dazed. Su Ping was invincible in the cultivation sites and was able to resurrect. His life was never at risk. Was the legacy even more dangerous than the trip to the Archean divinity? She became cold. While looking at Shen Huang, she demanded, "Aren't you his master? Why didn't you foresee the danger? Are all the human celestials as useless as you?" "Shen Huang, who is this audacious girl?" He was rather stunned. He had seen his share of arrogant heavenly lords given his status, but none of them had dared to act that way in front of him, let alone yelling to his face. "That's right. You're the boss, master, and a celestial state expert. How can you let our boss be caught in danger?" Tang Ruyan hopped out and clenched her fists in fury. Shen Huang fell silent. "Good thing our boss is fine. Otherwise, I would certainly go after you when I make a breakthrough," said Joanna with a snort. Tang Ruyan, on the other hand, rushed to where Su Ping was and examined him for wounds. Su Ping didn't expect them to be as bold or excited because of him. He coughed and said, "I almost got killed, but I pulled through. I'm back safe and sound, aren't I?" "If you hadn't, humph," Joanna snorted and walked away with arms crossed. Tang Ruyan said angrily, "What if you were indeed killed?" Su Ping rubbed her head and looked at Shen Huang. "Master, please don't mind them. They're only concerned for my well-being." He. Shen Huang's lips twitched. The old man and the woman were rather astounded too. Su Ping's master was a deity king anyway, and yet the two girls had yelled at him. One of the girls was terribly weak even, who gave her the guts to scold him. "What a bunch of weird people," mumbled the cauldron woman. Then she said to Su Ping, "Kid, I don't have time for you. Show me what you've got or I'll just raze your store to the ground. Your master won't be enough to hold me back." Su Ping said, "I went through so much trouble to bring you to safety. You're my trophies. How can I let you get away?" "You consider us trophies?" The cauldron woman flew into a fit of rage. The old man also had a cold expression. "You are a cauldron and a sutra. What are you if not trophies? You're asking to be killed." The cauldron woman threw a punch at Su Ping from a distance. Shen Huang raised his eyebrows. He certainly couldn't let Su Ping die in front of him. He was about to take action, but then a magnificent power emerged out of nowhere. The cauldron woman's attack was dispelled. After that, she shivered and fell to her knees as if she were carrying a mountain on her back. Huh. The unexpected turn of events made both Shen Huang and the old man change their expressions. Both anticipated that Su Ping had made preparations. However, such preparations were rather terrifying. What's this? The cauldron woman was astounded and pale-faced. The store disappeared from her sight and found herself in the middle of a dark void. She couldn't see anything. However, something was stinging her back, like a heavy stare looking down upon her from high above. She was as insignificant as an ant at that moment. The feeling reminded her of the days when she was being forged. She had been absolutely helpless back then. She was as vulnerable as a thread of silk. Chapter 1141, Visitors. This feeling. The old man changed his expression and shivered. He felt he had become the person whom he used to be when he served the great emperor earlier on. He was as docile as a cat back then. Any inappropriate thought would be detected the moment it occurred to him. The emperor was 100 times more terrifying than Yi Chen. The old man was feeling as if he were being controlled by the emperor again. It was impossible for him to break free, no matter how he tried. You must abide by the rules of my store. Su Ping looked at the cauldron woman who was shivering on her knees. She was no longer as arrogant as before. Rather, she was trembling like a wounded kid. The cauldron woman heard Su Ping's voice, but didn't find it in her to be enraged. The stare piercing her back stopped her from entertaining any negative thoughts. Are you obedient now? Su Ping removed the system's restrictions and squatted in front of the kneeling woman. She was sweating hard. The pressure had been released and she felt saved. Still, what Su Ping said filled her with fury again. She instantly lashed out. They were so close to each other that she was confident of suppressing him before anyone could react. She could then hold Su Ping hostage and leave that creepy place. However, the previous pressure was imposed on her back again the moment she raised her hand, this time even more violently, like the foot of a giant god. There was a loud noise and the cauldron woman was thrown to the floor, vomiting blood. She felt that her essence was dispersing and her body was being dismembered. She was on the verge of death. Terrified, she quickly said, "I was wrong, I was wrong." Su Ping glanced at her indifferently and asked Joanna, "This is a demonic cauldron. Do you have a good way of taming her?" Joanna had already expected what would happen to the cauldron woman. After all, she had thought of doing the same in the past. She had given up the thought ever since she saw how troublemakers were suppressed in Su Ping's store. Getting to the bottom of it, the demonic cauldron is just an artifact. We can tame her in the same way we bind artifacts. However, you can hardly subdue a semi-artifact with your current power, not to mention a supreme artifact like this one. Joanna continued, "However, I have a secret technique called artifact dismemberment, which can tear it apart and reshape it into suitable weapons for you. Even though they might not be as powerful, you'll be able to use them." Both the cauldron woman and the old man's faces showed slight changes. "Are we going to be torn apart?" The cauldron woman couldn't have felt more regretful. She would have stayed at the bottom of the sea had she seen that coming. The brat turned out to be even more treacherous than old monster Yi. What angered her more was that both she and the demonic sutra had been fooled into going to that place by that brat. She had underestimated her enemy. "Brat, wait, young man, I was wrong. We made a deal that we would part ways after escorting you to safety. You cannot do this to me," she quickly said. Su Ping replied, "I only cooperated with you because I feared that senior dark demon would try to kill me. However, I have no doubt that you'll be even more dangerous without him." The cauldron woman gnashed her teeth. She would have killed Su Ping at the first chance had she known that would happen. They had to hide in Su Ping's small world to escape undetected from the 12 deity kings. However, Su Ping took that as a chance to set them up. "I promise I'll be a different person after I leave. I won't hurt anyone else, I swear," said the cauldron woman quickly. Su Ping gave her a slight head shake. He was about to say something but then furrowed his brow. "Someone's here." Huh. Both the cauldron woman and Shen Huang spread their perception. only to find that their senses were still blocked by that strange store. They couldn't detect anything outside. The sounds outside the store had been completely shut off after the door was closed. Looks like the Celestials tracked us down. Su Ping could see everything outside. Many Celestials followed the reborn Lin Xiu. They seemed ready to enjoy the drama. Next to Lin Xiu was a tall celestial expert wearing a black robe with a golden dragon pattern. He looked as majestic as an emperor. It was none other than Yang Yi. Su Ping remained peaceful. The secret of his store could be exposed in the battle, but he had no time to care about that anymore. He asked Joanna to open the store. The old man made a run for it the moment the store was opened. Joanna reacted faster, though, as if she had seen it coming. Golden light burst out of her body as she wielded her spear to push him back. Damn it! The old man's expression looked awful. He didn't expect the god to be as strong as a deity king. She would even be one of the strongest deity kings once she made a breakthrough. Behave. Su Ping glanced at the old man. He knew that the latter was definitely not as innocent as he claimed. He would rather trust the cauldron woman than trust the old coot, all because he couldn't see through him. The cauldron woman was evil, but she was frank at least. The old man knew his opportunity had gone up in smoke as he looked at Joanna blocking the door. Anger and brutality flashed across his eyes. He didn't make another sound, like a shadow in the dark or an insect in the dead of winter. Master, take care of Yang Yi and I'll deal with Lin Xiu. What do you think? Su Ping asked Shen Huang. The latter glanced at Su Ping. He wouldn't have considered it seriously in the past, but he no longer dared to underestimate his disciple anymore, not after having witnessed the power of the formidable being inside Su Ping's store. Although he didn't confront said power directly, he vaguely detected it was beyond the celestial state. Just as I expected, only the terrifying beings who should have died a long time ago could have raised a disciple able to cultivate a small world in the fate state, and even triple small worlds later on. Shen Huang heaved a sigh in his heart. Being Su Ping's master, he felt deeply frustrated at that moment. Be careful, said Shen Huang in a low voice. He exited the store and stared at both Lin Xiu and Yang Yi. He also glanced at the ferocious beast Lin Xiu was riding, to then fix his eyes upon Yang Yi. Why have you come to my disciple's planet? The celestial newcomer sneered. Do you not know what your disciple has done? A mere Star Lord lied to us. It's unforgivable. My disciple was held hostage by some evil items. He had to do that in order to survive, said Shen Huang coldly. Even if he's guilty of lying to celestial experts, he should be punished by the universe court. Is it even your place to do anything? Cut the crap and just hand over your disciple. We'll take him to the universe court and be tried, just out of respect for you, roared Yang Yi. That's preposterous. Do you want a war? Bellowed Shen Huang. His voice made the void quake. His roar could have shattered an entire planet. However, the other celestials that tagged along had isolated time and space from that planet. Even if anyone was outside Su Ping's store, they couldn't see nor detect any of the visitors. The place was in an independent time and space. If you want war, war you will have. You're so protective of your disciple. No wonder he made such a horrible mistake. He should be executed, shouted Yang Yi angrily. Lin Xiu stared at Su Ping and spoke in a cold voice. Brat, hand them over and I'll grant you a quick death. Su Ping walked out of the store and looked at the two people in the sky. There were other celestials and their disciples, but they were only there to observe. It was clear that the battle would change the balance of the universe. It's Su Ping. He's out. He does carry a celestial state aura. No wonder he tricked us. The rest of the celestials fixed their eyes upon the young man, wondering how he would choose. Would he beg for mercy and return what he stole from the ruins back to their owner? Or would he just stubbornly fight back? What would Shen Huang do? Su Ping opened his mouth. His voice echoed in the sky. You're in the celestial state. Are you really that stupid? All the celestials were dazed by the answer. Shen Huang was the only one whose eyes glittered. He actually felt relieved. Su Ping's solid confidence, probably stemmed from his reliance on the expert backing him. It seemed that he had made the right decision. Yang Yi. While staring at the flabbergasted Yang Yi, Su Ping called him by his name and said, "Just take a good look. Is the person next to you really your disciple? I've already killed Lin Xiu. All the Celestial's disciples can attest to this. They watched the whole thing." Chapter 1142, Deactivated. Huh. Yang Yi was about to fly into a rage. However, his expression changed after Su Ping spoke. He snorted and said, "You are a mere Star Lord, and yet you have the nerve to call me by my name. Your punishment will be even more severe." Su Ping sneered. "You're still not admitting it. What are you trying to cover up? That you conspired with the saints for the legacy?" His voice rumbled like thunder, making the other Celestials change their expressions. The saints were almost taboo in the Federation. Not even Celestials would be willing to have conflicts with them. Although the saints were not in the celestial state, they had knowledge of ancient secrets and all the technologies used in the Federation. Even celestial experts would have trouble when trying to beat them. The saints are involved too. This kid is truly bold for having said that. It seems that he's been truly cornered. Hangyu, looks like you were telling the truth. Many Celestials had glittering eyes. They had been briefed by their respective disciples about the trial's events. Lin Xiu's advantage undoubtedly suggested that the saints were involved in the competition. Still, the key had ultimately fallen into Su Ping's hand, and all the secrets were buried. Even if the Celestials knew the secret, they wouldn't readily confess. Yang Yi didn't expect Su Ping to be as bold. He said with a furious tone, "What are you talking about? Shen Huang, your disciple, is truly spoiled. He's blatantly slandering the saints." Slandering. Su Ping was going to stop, but he kept on, seeing that they were too stubborn to admit it. Lin Xiu had a special treasure that could disable all the other ultimate treasures. He would have certainly gotten the key if he hadn't met me. I shattered him into smithereens, but he's now here in one piece. My guess is that you're conspiring with Lin Xiu, even though you know his real identity. You're declaring war on the Federation with an ancient devil. You. Yang Yi was shocked and infuriated. Su Ping was truly bold, daring to say those things. Slandering a celestial was punishable by death. Lin Xiu, stop pretending. Or should I call you by your original name, Yi Chen, the ancient devil, said Su Ping coldly. Lin Xiu gloomily said, "Is this your trump card? You're just making up things." Su Ping sneered and tossed out all the ultimate treasures he had obtained in the first test, including Lin Xiu's sword plate. "Everybody, your disciples witnessed how Lin Xiu crushed other people and disabled their ultimate treasures with this very sword plate. It was supposed to be a fair competition, but someone cheated." The faces of the Celestials changed upon seeing the sword plate and the ultimate treasures. They didn't expect that Su Ping would have looted that many ultimate treasures, or that he had kept the evidence. "Yang Yi, my disciple was killed because of you." "Yang Yi, give us an explanation. How are you going to answer for my disciple's life?" All the Celestials stepped out and glared at Yang Yi. They now had valid evidence, and they knew what had happened from their disciples' reports. Naturally, they were no longer being courteous. All of them were furious about the deaths of their disciples, and laid all blame on Yang Yi. "Brat!" Yang Yi wore a contorted expression. He had been hurrying things up in order to annihilate Su Ping and raise the celestial court to the ground because he wanted to cover his tracks. However, Su Ping had revealed it all in public, making it impossible for him to defend himself. The original plan was that Lin Xiu would crush and slaughter all the witnesses with that ultimate treasure. However, Su Ping was beyond their expectation. "Humph, are you taking his word for it? Don't forget he just tricked you." Lin Xiu suddenly said coldly, "The sword plate belongs to him. He and his master have been conspiring with the saints, and now they're trying to blame it on us. What your disciples saw is because he modified their memories after defeating them." A celestial state expert stepped out and roared furiously, "Enough! Do you think we're idiots?" Lin Xiu glanced at him coldly and said, "You'd be a real idiot if you trust him. How could he have defeated him? Just with his triple small worlds. Even though they are powerful, I was invincible with all the ultimate treasures. How could he compare to me? Old Monster Yi, you are truly good at tricking people. As expected of an ancient devil, Su Ping chuckled and said. Lin Xiu stared at Su Ping coldly and replied, "Why don't you ask the saints to testify?" Su Ping narrowed his eyes and countered, "You're quite confident. The saints conspired with you. They would surely pretend to be on our side and have the others attack us. The turn for the rest to testify later after we're wiped out. Good plan." "Stop making excuses. You don't dare to confront them, do you?" roared Lin Xiu. Yang Yi realized what he ought to do. He sneered and continued, "You two have been concocting the scheme. I'm going to finish off the both of you and then ask the saints about what they did." The other Celestials frowned in silence. Su Ping glanced at them and couldn't help but heave a sigh. "If they want to fight, let's just fight them." Shen Huang patted Su Ping's shoulder and said in a low voice, "The victor always holds the truth. Don't feel bothered by this." Su Ping nodded and said, "Master, please take care of that old fart, Yang Yi." "Ha." Shen Huang could not help but smile because of Su Ping's bold ways. There were very few Star Lords in the entire universe who would dare address a Celestial in such a way, but he liked it. "Yang Yi, let's fight." Shen Huang glowed like a magnificent god. "You're cooperating with this ancient devil, even though you know he's not your disciple. You've made yourself an enemy of the universe. The Dark Star Zone will be destroyed after you lose." "Nonsense!" Yang Yi roared and released a dark domain. The entire sky turned black. However, Shen Huang's glow was not eclipsed. He rose to the skis and fought Yang Yi. The void was shattered and countless laws fell apart. They marched all the way to the ninth space, from which ancient whispers were spreading out as if thousands of people were fighting. It was quite the intimidating sight. "Brat, you think you're safe because you're under their protection." Lin Xiu looked down at Su Ping and put on a cold smile. He quickly squeezed his fingers. Evolution Cauldron come out. He activated the 3 curses on the cauldron, trying to take it back. Inside the store, the cauldron woman's expression changed, showing fear in her eyes. Once again, she was reminded of the days when she was dominated again. But a few seconds later, she found that her body wasn't hurting the way she had expected. Instead, she felt nothing. "Huh." The cauldron woman was stunned. Lin Xiu, waiting outside the store, was just as stunned. He kept chanting, but nothing happened. He gazed into Su Ping's store and saw the cauldron woman. He also saw the black curses that tied up her legs. However, the curses seemed to have been sealed and weren't activated at all. "What is going on?" Lin Xiu changed his expression. He had planted the 3 curses to restrain the cauldron. It would be difficult to tame the cauldron without them. "The curses haven't been activated. Has he forgotten how to do it after his rebirth? Or maybe—" The cauldron woman examined the curses out of puzzlement. She soon thought of the reason and couldn't help but look at Su Ping. The old man flashed to where the cauldron woman stood and examined her carefully. Then he showed astonishment. "The curses have been sealed by a great power." He didn't continue. The power had surely originated from the mysterious and powerful being in Su Ping's store. Damn it. Lin Xiu kept activating the curses, but nothing happened, which was rather embarrassing. Still, he was too old to feel embarrassed anymore. He was simply exasperated. "I'm giving you one last chance to come back. You know the consequences if you don't." Lin Xiu looked fierce, with brutality oozing from his eyes. Chapter 1143, Subduing. The cauldron woman slightly changed her expression. The fright caused by seeing old Monster Yi made her tremble uncontrollably. She was instinctively walking out of Su Ping's store. Her rationality was stopping her, but she was still moving forward at a slow pace. The old man stopped her and shook his head at that moment. The cauldron woman snapped out of her shock, drenched in sweat. She didn't expect that the old man who had suppressed her for countless years would give her a hand at that critical moment. "Thank you." "It's nothing. I'm just helping myself. He would use you to attack me later if you go back to him." The old man smiled. Besides, the kid wouldn't have let you leave even if I hadn't done anything. The cauldron woman looked at Su Ping's back with glittering eyes. They're mine now. Who are you trying to scare off? Su Ping sneered as he looked at Lin Xiu, who was trying to threaten his new items. What a loser you turned out to be. Your weapons, pills, and even the book that once taught you have betrayed you. How disgusting must you be? Oh, right. I heard that your parents abandoned you when you were little. You were truly born to be alone. Shut up. Lin Xiu burst into a fit of rage. Do you want to die? Yes, maybe of old age. Su Ping seemed rather casual, but his words were sharp. It was quite unscrupulous of you to have cursed your own weapons. Your parents' leaving was not your fault, but you are indeed to blame if your weapons and most trustworthy partners chose to betray you. If I were you, I would have been too ashamed to be reborn. Veins popped up on Lin Xiu's forehead. His handsome face couldn't have looked more awful. He was exasperated by every word uttered by Su Ping. I emptied your undersea treasury. Are you angry? Su Ping kept provoking him. The dragon and phoenix blood containers you prepared are here. They have a decent taste. Lin Xiu breathed heavily and trembled with fury. His eyes were bloodshot, but he didn't madly rush to attack Su Ping. The guy finally gnashed his teeth when Su Ping was finally done. I wonder what makes you so confident to be provoking me so fearlessly, but it can't be them. Fine, let me see what other trump cards you have. Otherwise, prepare to be forever imprisoned by me. He suddenly raised his hand at the end, and a huge opening appeared in the void. Brownish seawater surged out. The cold seawater flowed endlessly. It seemed to be enough to drown the world. From the depths of the seawater came an enormous and ferocious fish. It was none other than the ghost lamp nether fish. Beast, make up for your mistake, said Lin Xiu with an admonishing tone. He would have killed the creature and made soup with it if he weren't short of strong warriors after his rebirth. The ghost lamp nether fish shivered a bit. It instantly turned around, soon noticing Su Ping by the door. The creature's crimson eyes widened with anger and brutality. It vaguely remembered having detected the young man's aura before. It thought it had eaten that human. Roar! The beast roared and charged at Su Ping, blaming all its misfortunes on the young man. It was so scared of old Monster Yi that it wanted to mince Su Ping into pieces. A second celestial pet. This guy does have something. I wonder if Su Ping is capable of resisting it. To think he would provoke his enemy so fearlessly, he surely made preparations. What will they be? The Celestials watched from a distance, not intent on taking part. They were eager to find out how Su Ping would resist the strange fish. Only some people in the crowd seemed anxious. The members of the Lulan family were among them. Alas, they didn't have any say in the matter. They could only watch, even though they were on tenterhooks. So helpless. Lulan Lin couldn't have felt more insignificant. Used to being the beloved princess of the Lulan family, she had always received whatever she needed. Even though she had been defeated by strong enemies before, she knew fully well it was impossible to protect anyone she cared about without enough power. Her family had told her about the cruelties of the universe, and she had seen some of them. However, experiencing them in person felt different. Furthermore, what she was experiencing was much less painful than what happened to the people from the bottom rungs of society, whose families were shattered. Lord Mu Shen. Right when Lulan Lin mustered her courage and was about to beg the celestial expert next to her, the ghost lamp nether fish came to an abrupt halt. It was about to bite Su Ping's store apart when it fell straight to the ground as if electrocuted. Its tail was still wagging, but it couldn't move anymore. It seemed to have been restrained by an invisible power. Huh. Lin Xiu changed his expression and asked angrily, "What are you doing?" The ghost lamp nether fish sent back feelings of pain and fear, but the fear wasn't caused by its master. It had been scared by something else. The fear was so strong that even Lin Xiu was almost experiencing it. What did it see? Lin Xiu was stunned by such a reaction. He carefully observed Su Ping's store but didn't see anything. He eventually noticed that something was off. The seemingly plain store had completely blocked his senses. Even though the store looked like a regular building, he felt it was a fully closed sphere. His senses were completely unable to pierce it. Neither could he sense what was below the store. There seemed to be something blocking everything within a certain radius, while taking the store as the center. It's been detected that a creature attacked this store. Do you want to kill it? The system's unemotional reminder echoed in Su Ping's head. Su Ping didn't give an answer immediately. He looked at the ghost lamp nether fish, whose head was already the size of his store. Its brutal and bloodthirsty eyes were filled with fear. It seemed to be begging for mercy. This guy has eaten a lot of people. It deserves to be executed, but it's better to make use of it, Su Ping thought. He asked Joanna, "Do you need a pet?" Joanna raised her eyebrows, realizing Su Ping's intent. "You're offering it to me, but I cannot remove its contract." "You'll be able to tame it after the contract is automatically removed," said Su Ping. "Just move it into the store for me." Joanna understood and nodded. She stepped forward and forcefully pulled the ghost lamp nether fish into the store. The creature's head, which was as big as the store, quickly shrank in size as it approached the door. The fish kept shrinking as Joanna pulled it inside, until it became 5 meters long as it was ultimately dragged into the store. The miniaturized fish still looked hideous and creepy with its fangs, but it was also cute somehow. Su Ping further compressed it to a length of 10 centimeters with the power of his store, making it look like a normal fish. The ghost lamp nether fish no longer dared to bare its fangs anymore. It had been shivering ever since it entered the store, just as if it would have entered the mouth of a devil. Someone seemed to be looking down at the fish. The pet was even more scared than when it was by Lin Ziu's side. It lay on the ground, trembling with fear. Its previous aggressiveness was long gone. The Celestials present became solemn as they witnessed the scene. As for Qing Hongyu, Lulan Lin and the other juniors, they were dumbfounded. That was a ferocious celestial beast. How could it have been suppressed by Su Ping that easily? Most importantly, they didn't even figure out how it was being suppressed. Not just them, the celestial experts were the same. However, they vaguely detected that there was something wrong with Su Ping's store, as if a terrifying expert was hiding there. That being was probably a celestial, if not a stage beyond. Chapter 1144, Escape. Is there another hidden expert in this place? Are they in the celestial state too? I once heard that Su Ping had condensed a small world even before he studied after Shen Huang. Some strong expert must have taught him that. He couldn't have learned on his own even if he had acquired the technique from some ruins. My senses can't penetrate the building in the slightest. This is unbelievable. Is it an array? Those celestial experts finally understood why Su Ping and Shen Huang were in such a hurry to return to the celestial court. It turned out that Su Ping had another backer. They grew wary, thinking that an unparalleled genius who had cultivated triple small worlds could potentially have countless experts backing him. Is this why you're so confident? Lin Ziu's face was gloomy, as he had detected that something was off at first. His previous experiences when he had been surrounded and ambushed prompted him to send the nether fish first to test the waters, and it had indeed been caught. The fish was completely unable to resist, based on the thoughts the creature was transmitting telepathically. He probably would have ended the same way had he recklessly entered Su Ping's store. Is that the expert behind the kid? He suppressed the nether fish with ease, so he must be at least a deity emperor. Still, if he did have that level, he probably would have suppressed us all before I could even shout. Lin Ziu's eyes glittered. On the other hand, the brat has been entrenched inside the store all this time. He's been provoking me and luring me to enter. So maybe the expert can only exert his power within the store. Chances are he's an ancient being, one who is heavily wounded. He only launched the attack with all his remaining strength to intimidate me. Or just maybe there are no experts. It may just be an ancient array, one that is so terrifying it can suppress celestial experts. Lin Ziu quickly analyzed and reached the conclusion that he had to avoid setting foot in Su Ping's store at all costs. He wished he could skin the lad. He believed that Su Ping had similar wishes. However, the guy was holding himself back, which meant that Su Ping was unable to fully control the power. The thought brought him relief. Still, he felt regret since his nether fish had been captured. Although the loss of his pet was heavy, he chose not to kill it. After all, a dead pet would be worthless. It would be better to make the most of it while he could. Brat, stop being pretentious. Have your backer come out. Ambushing others is shameless, shouted Lin Xiu loudly. Su Ping smiled and said, being a great devil yourself, you're no stranger to ambushing others, are you? You're in the celestial state now anyway. And yet you cower so, not even having the courage for a head-on battle, shouted Lin Xiu loudly. His declaration had always worked well. Those deities had always been provoked and tricked. Su Ping ignored Lin Xiu and addressed the other celestials. Guys, Lin Xiu has been possessed by a devil. He's no longer Yang Yi's disciple, but someone else walking in his skin. All your disciples were killed by him. Are you going to watch him get away with this? All the celestials looked at each other in bewilderment. Someone snorted and said, Kid, lying to us earlier has cost you a death penalty, and now you're trying to talk us into helping you. Su Ping looked at him. Sir, did your disciple take part in the trial? Why is he no longer by your side? The celestial's expression changed somewhat. Kid, you better be obedient. Do you want to make more enemies? I'm just stating facts, said Su Ping with a sneer. Your own disciple was killed, and yet you don't dare to avenge him. Do you even deserve to be a celestial? I should get you a turtle shell so you can wear it on your way home. You're asking to be killed. The celestial state expert was infuriated, not expecting Su Ping to dare make more enemies, even though Lin Xiu was looking at him aggressively. Su Ping scoffed. He would never back off whenever he pissed someone off. He already had 2 celestial state enemies anyway. It wouldn't matter even if he had a couple more, and he had decided to hide in his store until he became capable of protecting himself in front of the celestial experts. Kid, you're too arrogant. Someone else would eventually teach you a hard lesson even if you didn't encounter me, said Lin Xiu coldly, while feeling delighted that Su Ping had pissed off yet another celestial. You're just an orphan abandoned by your parents. Even your pet has been caught by me. Is there anything you can do instead of talking? Mocked Su Ping. Lin Xiu instantly shook with fury. Everyone. Exactly at that moment one of the celestial experts said, based on my observations and what my disciple said, this junior called Lin Xiu might have truly been possessed by a devil. Even if he hadn't, he and his master should be executed for conspiring with the saints. We might as well finish him off right now, so that he doesn't cause disasters in the future. Agreed, another celestial state expert nodded. Okay, yet another celestial state expert nodded. Young man, we're not entirely ignorant. You're young and proud, but you need to tone it down. You won't benefit from making too many enemies. There's a long journey ahead of you. Be careful, said an old man with a smile. He and Shen Huang were quite close. That was why he offered advice. Su Ping raised his eyebrows but stayed silent. He had realized what the Celestials were thinking. They had probably been merely observing because they wanted to find out who was backing him. Same as Lin Xiu, they had just realized that said powerhouse was restricted in his store, although they couldn't see the interior, so they finally got to business. As for the celestial expert who had yelled at him earlier, Su Ping noticed that the guy was probably very close to Yang Yi, so he wouldn't be joining the attack at that point. There were currently 6 celestials willing to attack Lin Xiu. As for the other celestials present, they remained silent and unconcerned. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Xiu couldn't help but change his expression when he saw that many more celestials were agreeing with Su Ping. As I said, this is all a ploy set up by this kid. He's the one who conspired with the saints. I'm already a celestial expert. Why would I lie? You would rather trust a star lord than a celestial state expert. Stop struggling. A celestial state expert said indifferently. All signs indicate that you're no longer Yang Yi's disciple. Just drop the act. We don't know why you chose to possess his disciple, but we'll find out after we capture you. We'll also be able to study the history related to the last years of the age of deities and devils. You! Lin Xiu looked at other celestials with fury and shock, only to find that he had been surrounded. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Xiu was quite regretful. If Su Ping hadn't stolen the sutra, the cauldron, plus the dragon and phoenix blood, he would have cultivated the unparalleled imperial constitution right after being reborn, and he would have been invincible in the celestial state. Robbed and having just been reborn, weak and unarmed, the situation couldn't have been worse. Die! A celestial state expert burst out and charged at Lin Xiu. The sky instantly seemed to be consumed by light. A scorching sun rose, illuminating the world as if it were a paradise. The ferocious beast that Lin Xiu used as mount roared and aggressively charged at the celestial state experts. You honestly think you can kill me? Get lost! Lin Xiu unleashed all his power too and attacked furiously. Soon, his battle with the celestial state experts moved to a deep space that Su Ping could no longer see. Fortunately, the celestials are sensible enough. Whatever they're up to, they're willing to finish that guy off. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He couldn't have realized his own weakness better. Although he was invulnerable under his store's protection, he could hardly defeat or kill Lin Xiu. The latter was a cunning ancient devil. It was almost impossible to lure him into the store. Lin Xiu had realized how dangerous the store was with the nether fish probing, so it was even less likely for him to enter the store. I must speed up and condense a new small world, become a star lord, and then reach the ascendant state. Su Ping's eyes glittered. If he became a top heavenly lord, he would be able to protect himself, even when facing celestial state experts. What a strange evil technique. A celestial state expert who didn't participate in the battle observed the void solemnly. The other celestials were just as stern-faced. Lin Xiu was tougher than they expected. They thought that 6 celestials would be more than enough to suppress him, but the man had summoned another ferocious beast while also performing plenty of long-lost evil techniques. One of the experts even got wounded. The 6 of them were fighting one enemy, and things weren't going in their favor. To think that Lin Xiu had just been reborn. Whichever ancient devil he was, he should have still been weak after just inheriting the legacy. It seems that the kid was right. He is indeed a disaster personified. He cannot continue living. He would have probably tipped the balance of the universe after reaching his peak state, if it wasn't for the kid stealing his treasures. The more the experts watched, the more shocked they became. Lin Xiu seemed to be a raving lunatic, going all out even when surrounded by a group of celestials and still holding ground. The situation was also partly caused by the celestials' mild approach. After all, none of them was willing to fight with all their strength. So much for the strongest people of the universe. All of a sudden, a shadow roared and rushed out of the deep space. Then, the surrounding space and time was solidified. He looked like an ancient demon. His hair was unkempt and his eyes were filled with brutality. His clothes were stained with blood, which mostly belonged to his pets. Kid, I'll remember you. You'd better pray you don't have to leave this place for the rest of your life. Lin Xiu grinned hideously. A stream of dark power surged out of his body and enshrouded him, launching him into the void like a planet. He traveled an incredible distance in the blink of an eye. The other celestial revealed themselves and gave chase. Su Ping was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that 6 celestials wouldn't be able to suppress Lin Xiu, who even left with threatening words for him in the end. Was the guy confident of making it safely out of there? It seems that this ancient devil is truly not simple. He's been reborn in a different age, and he's much stronger than the average celestial. Fortunately, he doesn't have a weapon yet. Su Ping felt lucky to have looted the items in the undersea treasury. The Sutra old man probably grabbed the rest of his treasures. Senior, is there any way to stop him? Su Ping instantly asked the Sutra old man. The old man gazed into the void for a long time before he finally shook his head and heaved a sigh. He's already escaped with the Heaven Devil Divine Escape. It's an emperor-level secret technique he has a full grasp of. That's how he escaped from a couple of deity kings years ago. Ai. Su Ping was rendered speechless. Did you teach him that? He did learn it from me. Aye. 11. Su Ping couldn't help but heave another sigh. But on second thought, it wasn't bad that he now had access to that powerful secret technique too. None of us will lead a good life if that old devil escapes, said Su Ping. The old man glanced at him and said with a bitter smile, Young man, no need to test me. I truly don't have any solution to offer, unless you set me free and let me chase him in person. Su Ping rolled his eyes. Do you take me for an idiot? You'll just stay in my store in the future. You're not going anywhere. I'll ground you if you dare escape, scoffed Su Ping. He had risked his life in the trial, and yet he didn't get the legacy. He had to get things that were as valuable from the cauldron woman and the old man. The cauldron woman was still frightened by the pressure of the store. She was about to mock Su Ping, but she swallowed it in the end. A noise burst out of the void at that moment, and Shen Huang flew out in a streak of golden light. He was holding a divine spear like an ancient god. However, his clothes looked rather messed up. Master! Su Ping quickly called out to him. Shen Huang looked around and slightly changed his expression. Did you suppress Lin Ziu? No, he got away, said Su Ping quickly. What about Yang Yi? He got away too. Shen Huang frowned and dispelled his spear. He was going to continue chasing Yang Yi and buy more time for Su Ping. However, he was no longer in the mood to fight since Lin Ziu had already gotten away. Yang Yi was just as strong as him. Their battle would have lasted half a year or so. Fine. Su Ping was slightly regretful, but he also knew it truly difficult for a celestial to kill a peer. After all of them had many life-saving methods. Celestials could only kill each other if they put their own lives at risk. In most cases, they would only inflict wounds, which could be healed at home with some rest. Master, you're wounded. Do you want to come inside? I have medicine. That won't be necessary. There are medicines in the celestial court too. I'm heading back. I'll be going to the original planet to question the saints later, said Shen Huang. Su Ping's lips twitched. Was his master too scared to enter his store too? The other celestial state experts looked solemn when they heard what Shen Huang said. The involvement of saints in the trial was not a trifling matter. The universe would truly be in turmoil. Chapter 1145, Understanding. What a shame. I wish the old monster would have been killed. The cauldron woman couldn't help but heave a sigh after the celestials left. She knew that the old monster was a cunning fellow. He probably wouldn't be sieged again. The old man glanced at Su Ping and asked, What are you going to do to us? Just serve me exactly like you served him in the past, said Su Ping with a smile. I won't mistreat you if you behave. The cauldron woman and the old man had already seen that coming. There was no surprise. They could only feel sorry for themselves. They had just escaped their terrifying owner, only to fall in the hands of someone even more terrifying. They had yet to gauge how strong the guy was. Many people rushed to Su Ping's store at that moment. They were the Celestial's disciples, including Qing Hongyu and Brian. Brother Su, did Lin Ziu really take the legacy? Brian looked at Su Ping. He had realized Su Ping's extraordinary qualities when he displayed multiple small worlds, but he didn't expect that he could survive before a celestial expert. Furthermore, Su Ping had been bold enough to challenge Yang Yi. You did me a great favor in the first test, Brother Su. Whenever you need me, just call me, declared Qing Hongyu in a manly fashion. All the others offered greetings too. They had seen how terrifying Su Ping was, based on the recent battle. He had also done them a favor, so they wanted to befriend him. Still, some of them weren't sincere. Even though he probably had a celestial backer, he had also pissed off another celestial. It was very likely that he would stay there until he reached the celestial state. He could end up being killed by the other celestials if he ever chose to walk out someday. Besides, Su Ping was probably a public enemy for them too, having unveiled the Saint scheme. So he had made too many enemies. It was unadvisable to be close to him. Su Ping's eyes were quite keen. He could easily tell which of them were sincere and which were just pretentious. He didn't say anything, but he knew it well. I don't remember seeing Lin Ziu in the second trial. He had already been executed by Brother Su. How exactly did the old monster possess him? Someone asked Su Ping curiously. The latter was just as curious. He asked, "Are you sure you didn't see Lin Ziu in the second trial?" No, Qing Hongyu shook her head. Brian shook his head too. We wouldn't have spared him otherwise. He tried to slaughter us and kept our mouths shut with the saint's special ultimate treasure. We certainly wouldn't let him get away with it. That's true, Su Ping nodded. His guess was that Lin Ziu had escaped death somehow, using unknown treasures or methods. Nobody else could have detected him. The guy might have snuck into the secondary test while in a weakened state, and was eventually picked by the old monster as a vessel for his rebirth. According to what the old sutra had said, the old monster would be extremely weak right after his rebirth, so he wouldn't choose an overly talented and strong vessel. Lin Ziu, who had been gravely wounded, was undoubtedly the best choice. That was also why he wasn't picked by the old monster, even though he had been the first to enter. Whoever ignited the 9 lamps would have to be strong. Perhaps the old monster had picked the vessel in the second test. Su Ping shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Lin Ziu was already dead anyway. However, his grudge against the latter had been shifted to old monster Yi. That brutal devil has escaped. I must find him. Otherwise, even if I hide in the store, my closed ones will still be hunted by him. Unlike other celestial state experts, he's absolutely shameless. Su Ping's eyes glittered, feeling the urge to improve his level. Those who set food on the road of lamps never returned. It was almost my turn. I couldn't have survived without you, Brother Su. Qing Hongyu stared at Su Ping with clear eyes. Su Ping snapped out of his stupor. He finally noticed that many familiar faces were gone, including the woman named Claudia who was known as the Queen of Time. She was better at controlling time than those who had mastered the law to perfection, probably thanks to her special constitutions and methods. In addition, a few of the other top Star Lords were gone too. The sutra said he needed different top constitutions and the dragon and phoenix blood to cultivate the unparalleled imperial constitution. He's probably found the constitutions, but I stole the dragon and phoenix blood, which is already extinct in this day and age. I wonder if he can find replacements. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He suddenly felt that he wouldn't be safe even if he became a top heavenly lord. Brother Su, I appreciate you for what you did. Tell me whenever you need my help. See you later, said Qing Hongyu. Su Ping nodded. He also said goodbye to Shui Qianhu, Brian and the others, and then walked them out. Everyone left, but then a person arrived with a fragrant breeze. Su Ping lowered his head, only to find that she was Lulen family's heiress. You should be careful. Don't go out anytime soon. I won't. I'm glad that you're fine, Su Ping nodded and said. Lulen Lin stared at him and hesitated, but she said nothing more. She simply added in the end, we're heading back then. I'm sure you have a lot of things to do. Yes, Su Ping nodded. He heard the affection in her words, but he didn't ask her to stay. After all, he did have a lot of things to do. First of all, even though he had taken the path-seeking pill to escape, it was still effective. He could seize the time to remember what he experienced. Su Ping closed the door after all of them left. I'll leave them in your care. This fish will be locked in the nursing pen for now, said Su Ping to Joanna. The latter nodded. Su Ping went to the pet room. He threw the fish into one of the nursing pens, and then got into another pen, where he carefully examined the feelings brought by the path-seeking pill. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ping woke up from his cultivation when the path-seeking pill had been mostly absorbed. He had benefited a lot from the training session. He learned a lot about the ascendant state methods, plus some details about the celestial state methods. If he went along that road, he would be able to reach the celestial state in no more than 300 years. However, Su Ping chose a different road. He wanted to condense a 4th small world, break the restraints of the proposed road, and create his own road to the celestial state. My level has indeed plummeted. Once he ended his meditation, he walked out of the nursing pen as a level 1 battle pet warrior, all the way down from the star state. He was no different from an ordinary person. However, Su Ping, vaguely detected a great power within his abdomen. It shouldn't be hard for me to return to the star state. My master offered me abundant resources. Even the resources that I looted from other star lords are enough for 100 people to rise to the star state. They're all big fat fish. Su Ping wasn't upset about his level plummeting, but he noticed something else. He couldn't feel the little skeleton and his other pets as clearly as before. Damn it, have the contracts been removed? Su Ping's expression changed. He examined more carefully, only to find that he could only detect their emotions vaguely, even though he was trying his best. His expression changed again. He quickly displayed the shopkeeper's menu, and was finally relieved to see that the little skeleton and his other pets were still in the pets column. Su Ping couldn't help but ask curiously, "System, what's going on?" It seemed that he was too weak to control the little skeleton and the other pets in his current level. However, the contracts weren't removed. There was only a minor problem. They're temporarily locked in your pet space. You won't be able to free them until you reach a certain level, replied the system lazily. Chapter 1146, Primordial Demonic Store. Su Ping immediately tried to summon the pets, but he couldn't detect any movement. It was indeed as the system said. Humph! The system scorned him, as if angered by Su Ping's probing. Su Ping didn't explain. He thought for a moment and then left the pet room. He saw that Joanna, the Sutra old man, and the others were all in the living room. Still, the old man and the cauldron woman weren't seated with others. Golden Lotus, on the other hand, was seated next to Green Lady. There were a lot of other people with them, including the fat kid who had led the way for Su Ping earlier. Everybody fixed their eyes upon Su Ping when he showed up. The Sutra old man's eyes glittered. He couldn't help but rise and walk over. "How about it? The pill is quite effective, isn't it?" said the old man, fishing for a compliment. Su Ping nodded. "Indeed, do you have more of them?" Yes. The old man almost choked. "That was a king-level path-seeking pill. Do you think it's just some random pill?" "Did you use her to refine the pill?" asked Su Ping, looking at the cauldron woman. Even though the cauldron woman was no longer as aggressive as before, she still glared at Su Ping. "What do you mean by use? I'm not something to be used. That's so disrespectful. You're not a human being anyway." The Sutra elder nodded, ignoring their argument. "Yes, she's a top cauldron able to refine pills and items. She'll be able to refine even more things if she's improved to the emperor level." "If you refine the pill, you must know the recipe, right?" Su Ping asked the cauldron woman. The latter snorted, instinctively refusing to answer the question. However, she was living under someone else's roof. The previous pressure she had endured was still haunting her like a cloud. She didn't want to experience it again. "The old monster took measures against me. I did refine it, but I never knew the complete recipe which was acquired from him. You have to ask him for the recipe." She kicked the ball back to the Sutra old man. The old man wasn't angry at all. He nodded and said, "That's right. If you want the recipe, I can write it down for you right now, but some of the materials listed are already extinct." "That's all right. Just give me the recipe," said Su Ping. The old man wasn't really bothered by it. He immediately wrote the recipe down and gave it to Su Ping. The latter memorized it after reading it once. Some of the materials had already gone extinct, but he could find them in the cultivation sites. Even the Archean divinity is one of the system's cultivation sites. There must be deities' places too. It's just that they're beyond our universe, Su Ping thought. After writing down the recipe, Su Ping asked them, "You don't seem very close to Anna and the others. Why aren't you sitting together?" The cauldron woman snorted angrily, but she didn't show it too obviously. "It's not because we're too proud. She simply thinks that we're your prisoners. That's why she doesn't want to talk to us at all." Joanna rose and glanced at them before she said, "That's exactly what you are, prisoners. Even if I despise you, so what?" She turned her head and said to Su Ping, "I'm not rejecting them on purpose. They've simply been maliciously asking about everything, hopping to escape as soon as possible." The cauldron woman instantly said, "Nonsense. We were just making conversation." "Humph, You were just trying to acquire information by chit-chatting. Do you take me for a fool? I've lived as long as you have. Deities were just toddlers when the Archean divinity was in its golden age, said Joanna in disdain. Even though her level was lower than theirs, she was a proud pure-blood god. Nobody was prouder than a god. The Archean divinity is already gone. It's just a grain of dust in history, not worth mentioning, said the Sutra old man indifferently. Joanna sneered. How ignorant. Who says it's gone? Even though we endured a major catastrophe, it still exists even to this day. You think you can even fathom the power of our ancestral gods? Ancestral gods. The Sutra old man raised his eyebrows. It was evident that he had never heard of such a title before. He was rather shocked by Joanna's claims. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "You're saying that the Archean divinity still exists? That's impossible." "See, you're trying to get information again. HMPH. I won't waste my time on you," said Joanna with a snort, unwilling to offer any more information to them. She had already learned from Su Ping that the two of them were items which had been buried in some ruins for a long time, so they were probably eager to figure out what was new in the world. She had simply kicked them aside when they talked to others regarding any new information, later refusing to communicate with them. The Sutra old man was infuriated by Joanna's vigilance. There was unmasked anger on his face. "I suggest that you figure out a way right now. Either suppress them or lock them in a room. Otherwise they'll surely escape when you open the store for business," Joanna said to Su Ping. The latter thought for a moment. He was planning to sign a contract with them to have them become his employees. However, on second thought, both had tried to murder him. They didn't deserve to be his employees. Temporary contracts are available in the store. The host may sign them with appropriate candidates, said the system in Su Ping's heart. The prospect was quite tempting, temporary workers. It had a nice ring to it. They could also be great scapegoats if needed be. Why have you never mentioned it before? It's one of the new options after the store was upgraded to level 5. Fine, what are the privileges of temporary workers? The host can only sign temporary contracts with living creatures from the host's world. Temporary workers cannot enter cultivation sites. They cannot leave the store either once they become regular employees. Temporary workers may leave the store once a week, provided they return within 24 hours. They would be considered absent if they don't return within 24 hours, and their cultivation will drop by 1 level. Their contracts will be removed, and they will be directly destroyed if they're absent for longer than 48 hours, replied the system. Su Ping sweated hard. The price of absence seemed rather high. The system was truly as brutal as before. However, temporary workers could leave the store. That was great. So they can be my special aides if they become temporary workers. Even though they can only stay outside 24 hours per week, it should be enough in dangerous situations, Su Ping thought with delight. The new temporary contract was quite nice. Maybe I can lure some experts with the store's mechanism and turn them into temporary workers too, Su Ping started planning. The number of temporary workers cannot exceed that of regular workers, the system alerted. That's fine. I can always find more regular employees in the cultivation sites. The host can only sign contracts with a limited number of regular employees, which depends on the store's level. Right now, the host can only contract 5 regular employees, said the system. Why was that rule not mentioned before? Did the system just come up with a patch to prevent me from taking advantage of the bug? I'm glad you know it, said the system. It had openly acknowledged it, Su Ping. Don't presume you can do anything you want just because I can't beat you. I know your mind inside and out. You had never planned it before, so there was no need to tell you the rule before. You came up with the plan just now, so I naturally clarified things to you. Please focus on raising pets instead of playing tricks, said the system with unusual solemnity. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. Fine, he would just take the system's word for it. Instead of arguing more with the system, Su Ping glanced at the old man and the cauldron woman. I have a benefit for you too. I wonder if you want it or not. What? The cauldron woman became wary. Su Ping was speaking in the tone used by every fraudster. Join my store as temporary workers, said Su Ping. That way you'll be under my protection. You won't have to worry about the old monster ever coming to you for trouble. Workers. The Sutra old man was stunned for a moment, not expecting Su Ping to propose such a demand. That's right, demand. From the way he saw it, Su Ping wasn't really giving them the chance to say no, even though it sounded like an invitation. He glanced at Joanna and Green Lady, and then looked around at the store he couldn't see through. All of a sudden some information that had been deeply hidden in his head popped up. His expression changed drastically. The primordial demonic store, the Sutra old man couldn't help but ask, what? The cauldron woman was considering Su Ping's proposal when she heard the old man's exclamation, someone who was always even-tempered. What demonic store? Unable to cover his shock, the old man looked around and said, I should have guessed it sooner, they're too similar. Yes, that must be the case. Is this the real demonic store? Su Ping felt dazed for a moment. He asked, what are you talking about? The old man looked at Su Ping with a troubled expression. He then asked, does your store focus on training and selling beasts, making money from your customers? Su Ping didn't expect him to ask such a question. He replied casually, this isn't about making money at all. We've only been helping our customers take care of their problems. What a racketeer! The idea occurred to the cauldron woman. Chapter 1147, The Fourth World. There was once a strange store in the heyday of deities. The Sutra elder spoke with a complicated expression. The store trained various sorts of beasts and sold them to experts. None of the people who visited the store were turned down. So, a glorious period arrived. There were countless deity emperors back then, and even people who were even stronger. An unimaginable being was overseeing the store. Nobody had ever dared to cause trouble in the store. There was once an incident where 19 deity emperors attacked the store together, but all of them were suppressed. Deities declined because of the incident, and were thus unable to protect themselves in the catastrophe that followed. That was the ending of all deities. The old man looked at Su Ping and added, maybe the store wasn't destroyed but was passed on, and you're the new heir it has picked. Su Ping was stunned for a moment. He didn't really know that part of the history. He curiously asked the system, is this true? I'm not the first master. His description seems to fit our case very well. The system replied casually, have I ever told you that you're the first host? You're not the first and you'll probably won't be the last. Still, I do hope that you'll be the last one. How did they perish? Asked Su Ping curiously. If anything befell them while they had the system's help, they must have encountered grave dangers. Just like you, they loved going out of the store for fun, replied the system casually. Can you be more serious? Some of them died from carelessness, while others died in natural disasters, said the system indifferently, with more solemnity in his tone. What exactly were those natural disasters? Could disasters happen in such powerful ages? Were the crises similar? What about the one that happened to the Archean divinity? Asked Su Ping curiously. More or less, said the system. You're too weak to know all the details. It would only be an obstacle for your cultivation. I'll tell you everything when the moment comes. You're playing mysterious again, Su Ping complained in his heart. I'm not playing mysterious. It's just that some beings will notice you by merely knowing of their existence, and you're too weak right now. To put it simply, you're not qualified to know about those formidable beings, just like those celestials aren't qualified to know of my existence, said the system casually. Su Ping was dazed by this. They would notice him when he learned of their existence. He only knew that some beings would know whenever their names were uttered. He didn't expect that some of those experts could detect him just by him learning about them. What kind of power was that? Such a concept was already beyond his comprehension. It was just like two-dimensional creatures failing to understand a three-dimensional world. It seems that there's still a very long road ahead of me. Su Ping felt conflicted and helpless as he thought about it. But then, the feeling changed into a vigorous fighting desire. I will become your master in the end and take care of everything for you, Su Ping thought. After a moment of silence, the system finally said, "You're my host, not my master." Isn't it the same? Huh? You're being naughty again. Su Ping smiled, ending their discussion. He looked at the Sutra elder and the cauldron woman to ask, "The store you mentioned has nothing to do with us. It's all in the past. Now you have two options: become a temporary worker or be imprisoned. Choose." Temporary worker. The old man's eyes glittered. Are there any requirements or restrictions for temporary workers? The only one is that you must not leave the store without permission. I'm fine with that then. The old man nodded and accepted the option without much consideration. The cauldron woman couldn't help but look at him, not expecting the sly old fox to give up so quickly. She asked, "Are there other options?" "Nope. I can help you refine pills and items, but—" "Nope. I can." "Nope." The cauldron woman fell silent. There was no room for negotiation. No wonder the sly old fox had given up that quickly. He must have already realized how difficult to trick that young man was. Fine, she stopped struggling. Being a temporary worker was clearly better than being a prisoner. In any case, she would at least be free inside the store. That was much better than sleeping endlessly while cooped up in a dark dungeon. Okay. Su Ping nodded and prepared the respective contracts. Two temporary contracts appeared and flew into their hands. They read the contents carefully while Su Ping watched them, then finally signed them. The contracts disappeared into their bodies like a streak of light right after being signed. Both artifacts fell into a daze at the same time, as if their consciousness would have been taken to another space. They finally recovered moments later with changed expressions. They looked at Su Ping with fear. The contracts allowed them to vaguely sense the horrifying power of the mysterious being aiding Su Ping. They also learned of the rules they had to follow as temporary workers. They were completely bound to Su Ping's store, unable to leave without his permission. Furthermore, they would be fired if Su Ping died. Being fired meant that they would be destroyed. So it was impossible for them to secretly kill him to free themselves. They had to try their best to ensure his safety, help in running the store, and improve his strength. This contract binding is even stronger than the old monster's curses. That being is undoubtedly beyond the emperor level, the Sutra old man thought. He had once followed a deity emperor, while another had made him. He knew deity emperors quite well. The mysterious being was much more threatening in comparison. You are now temporary workers of this store. Ask Anna and the others if there's anything you don't know. Anna, they're all yours, said Su Ping. Joanna nodded. I'll teach them well. The cauldron woman rolled her eyes. I'm an artifact with emperor-level potential, and yet I have to listen to the teachings of a junior. The Sutra elder's eyes glittered. He didn't respond, but his shock was even greater in comparison. He was further convinced that Su Ping's store was the one he had heard of. Many top experts had been hired in the strange store too, back then. It was said that top deity emperors had also been working for the store too. The shocking story had been told in many places, but most people never thought it was true. However, an emperor-level sutra like him had been bound to that store just then. He realized that the story was actually true. The being behind this store must be beyond the emperor level. It might not be a bad thing for me to follow them. Maybe I'll have a chance to transcend, thought the old man. Su Ping then asked what he truly wanted to know. Senior, you're in the emperor level, and you also said that you had once met a deity emperor who cultivated multiple small worlds. Do you know what the guy's secondary small world looked like? The sutra lapsed for a moment, then quickly replied, Boss, just call me Dark Demon. The deity emperor with double small worlds you just mentioned was once a glowing star, but he perished all too soon. His second small world was called the spiritual domain. It was also known as the mini-realm of deities, as it was built with the core law from the realm of deities. The core law from the realm of deities. Su Ping was surprised. It was possible to build a small world with the core law of a realm. Is the deity aura itself a type of law? The idea then occurred to Su Ping. If it was possible to build a small world with the core of the realm of deities, would it then be possible to do the same with the core from the realm of gods? He was inevitably excited. If it was truly possible, that would imply that he would be able to establish multiple more small worlds. I need to have a try first. Fortunately, the realm of deities is one of the cultivation sites available in the system. I should go and check this while I'm still in a weakened status. I'll aim to cultivate more small worlds and then reach the ascendant state, Su Ping thought. It wasn't difficult for him to become a Star Lord, but the ascendant state was still a challenge. Chapter 1148, The Heaven Asking Church. With a swift resolution, Su Ping spoke to Joanna and the others. I'll leave the store to you for now. I need to pay a visit to the realm of deities. Dark Demon and the Cauldron Woman were stunned. The latter asked in shock, didn't they say that the realm of deities was destroyed and the deities were gone? Does it still exist? Aren't we already living in another era? Dark Demon looked at Su Ping with confusion and disbelief. The realm of deities wasn't destroyed. Maybe it was destroyed in your times, but it has been reconstructed. Su Ping remembered the Twilight Deity King, who used his own body to block the hole in the sky. Yi Chen, in comparison, chose to hide in an attempt to be reborn in another era and reclaim his glory. Green Lady's eyes glittered, and she stared at the two living artifacts. Have you ever heard of the Twilight Deity King or the Luofu Deity Emperor? Dark Demon was dazed for a moment. I remember a thing or two about the Luofu Deity Emperor, but I think he died a long time ago. How do you know that he died? Did you see it with your own eyes? Not exactly. It was just a tale recorded in history. It's hard to tell whether or not it's true. Dark Demon shook his head. Green Lady's eyes dimmed. She knew that the Luofu Deity King didn't die. She only felt sad that his master's name was never remembered even after his magnificent feat. Was that the sad fate of a Mr. Nobody? But a deity king didn't count as a nondescript character. It was just that very few people had been remembered in such a long history. It seems that you didn't live in the same period. Su Ping shook his head. His chat with Dark Demon came to an end. He would have asked for more information to search for Yi Chen if the guy had lived in the same period. However, it was obvious that the guy was born in a more recent period. After entrusting the store to Joanna and the others, Su Ping went to the Chaos Spirit Pool for incubation and closed the door. He displayed the list of cultivation sites and searched for the realm of deities. Dozens of cultivation sites based on the realm of deities popped up immediately after. Some were broken continents from the realm, just as it happened to the demigod burial. Others were scattered islands. The era of deity emperors. Su Ping saw an advanced site. The ticket went for 7,000, only 3,000 less than that of the Archean divinity, 3 times more expensive than the ticket for the demigod burial. This is the most glorious period of the deities. Countless people are cultivating and trying to ascend to the realm of deities in pursuit of the ancient path. Su Ping was tempted by the site's summary, so he decided to go there and take a look. He paid the ticket. A vortex appeared out of nowhere and Su Ping entered it. A long time passed. Su Ping opened his eyes again and found himself in a noisy place. He was standing on a street full of booths and customers. A lot of young men were riding horses on the street. Noises of whooshing wind passed above his head. It was from people clad in white robes, flying in the sky on top of swords. The place was prosperous and lively. Su Ping looked around and saw nothing but abundance and progress. The cultivators constantly flying across the sky also implied the cultivation site's extreme, overall power. Is this powerful cultivation site outside of the universe? It was so prosperous in the past. How did it suddenly disappear? Su Ping was quite curious. The supposedly long-gone place was still prosperous at the moment, as if hidden and preserved in paradise. All of a sudden, someone shouted loudly, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" A group of young men were riding horses close by. Su Ping turned around and looked, only to see that the horses were as fast and aggressive as locomotives, much faster than the normal stallion Su Ping had ever seen. Su Ping extended an arm, seeing they would imminently hit him. He laid his hand on the leading horse's head. The next moment, the horse's neck bent as if having bumped into an iron wall. The young rider was also thrown off. Still, the young man was clearly not a pushover. He rolled and made a steady landing. "Kid, are you trying to get killed?" The young man cursed in shock and fury. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. Even though his cultivation regressed and was basically an ordinary person as the old man warned earlier, he was very likely the strongest of the bunch. After all, his physical attributes remained. His body was as sturdy as that of a top-star lord, all thanks to the solar bulwark. Even secret treasures would hardly affect him. "Young master, are you all right? Who's this idiot standing in young master's way? Do you not know who we are? Apologize right now." "Indeed, you think you can do whatever you want because you're strong." All the young men in the horse riding group jumped off and stood in front of the first young man, while glaring at Su Ping. Su Ping was lost for words. "They're actually accusing me." He simply replied, "Get lost." Throwing a fit of fury, the young man roared, "Body cultivator, do you know where you are? Do you know who I am? FCK off. This is unbelievable. Attack!" The furious young man cried as if someone would have just stepped on his foot. All his bodyguards drew swords. Deity aura surged out of them as if about to perform some divine techniques. But then, a phoenix cry echoed in the sky, uttered by the colorful and extraordinary creature. There were chains at the bottom of the phoenix's wings, which were dragging a carriage. "It's the senior from the Heaven Asking Church. The Heaven Asking Church is here. Hurry up. We'll have to wait until our next life to study in the Divine Church if we miss this recruitment." Many people on the street were really excited to see the carriage pulled by the mythical beast. The young man was dazed too, his expression quickly changing. He hopped on his horse and said, "Hurry up. Don't miss the event." He glared at Su Ping as he spoke. "Young man, we'll settle this later. I'll remember." "You? Why later? I'm free right now," said Su Ping. The young man was so infuriated his face turned grim, but in the end he gritted his teeth and held back. He was about to ride onward, but then Su Ping slapped his horse and made the young man fall again. He was caught unprepared this time, and his fall was rather humiliating. "See you later." Su Ping smiled and walked away, also chasing after the carriage. He wanted to find out more about the Heaven Asking Church. "I %." The young man rose from the ground, only to find that Su Ping was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't have felt more exasperated. Chapter 1149, Deity Constitution. Su Ping moved as fast as a shadow on the streets, soon catching up with the phoenix-drawn carriage. "I think she's in the ascendant state." Su Ping stared at the elegant woman on the chariot. His level was too low for him to detect anything, yet he still had his natural instincts. He was feeling a stinging pressure that only ascendants gave off. The phoenix cried and gradually stopped when it reached a high tower in the city. Facing the high tower was a vast square where a lot of people had gathered. There were also 9 silver pillars with dragon engravings set on said forum. A group of young white-robed disciples in midair before the 9 silver pillars. There were a lot of people in front of every pillar. Most of them were of rich upbringing, displaying glamorous clothes. Some were graceful old men. Very few of them were in plain clothes. "Senior Mew." The old men on the high tower welcomed the person riding the carriage in the most respectful way. "How did it go? Did you find anyone with exceptional potential?" The beautiful and extraordinary woman walked off the carriage. She seemed to be shrouded in a cloud. A veil covered her face, showing only her enticing, watery eyes. "Senior, the recruitment test has just begun. There are already 3 talented candidates who were born with deity constitutions. They have the potential of becoming core disciples," replied a red-robed elder respectfully. "Is that so? I heard that a lot of unparalleled geniuses have been born recently. Many sects are too searching for disciples. It seems that the rumors were true. The woman gave a slight nod and moved to the edge of the high tower to look down. A huge crowd had gathered before the 9 pillars like a long snake. Are they all candidates? Su Ping reached the edge of the square and blended in the crowd. He caught wind of the situation by listening to the nearby discussions. A sect named the Heaven Asking Church was recruiting disciples at the moment. The 9 silver pillars present were known as the deity potential pointers, which could measure a person's cultivation potential. Those who qualified would be able to cultivate in the Heaven Asking Church and reach immortality. The Green Sword sect tested me last time. They said my potential was only mediocre and I was rejected. My father has purchased a lot of treasures to improve my physical build since then. I wonder if I can pass this time. I heard that the Heaven Asking Church's standards are even more rigorous. I hear you. The Heaven Asking Church is the greatest sect on this continent. The Green Sword sect can only tremble in their presence. I've tested myself with the deity pattern pointer at home. I came as purple. I wonder if I'll make the cut. It's hard to say. I heard that the deity pattern pointer is not as accurate as the deity potential pointer. There's no guarantee unless you have gold-colored potential. There were heated discussions everywhere. Su Ping's eyes glittered. The situation seemed to be quite interesting. He happened to need a place to cultivate, as he had to restore his star state cultivation as soon as possible. The Heaven Asking Church seemed to be a nice place. He squeezed through the crowd until he arrived at the end of the line to take his measurement with the silver pillars. What are you doing? Pay up front if you want to wait in line. A few brawny young men stopped Su Ping. They were responsible for keeping order. Su Ping detected vague energy waves coming from them. It was clear that they weren't very strong. They weren't even capable of flying. Still, it was evident that their status wasn't ordinary. I need to pay. I don't have any money. Can I pay with something else? Asked Su Ping. Where is this weirdo from? You don't have money. What are you planning to pay with? We don't need any trinkets. One of the young men frowned and sized him up, curious about his fancy clothes. Su Ping had just arrived in that world and had yet to change clothes. His modern attire didn't quite fit the environment. He wasn't bothered by it, though. He chanted in his heart and wasn't relieved until he found he could open the system's storage. He had kept a lot of his looted treasures in his small world. Still, his level decline had rendered him unable to detect his small world and was naturally blocked off. Fortunately, the system's storage space didn't have a level restriction. Seems like I need to store some currencies in the system's storage space, Su Ping thought. The system's storage system was great in every aspect, except for its limited capacity. He had to use it judiciously. Would you accept this? Su Ping took out pet food which would have been sold for 1,000 energy points in his store. It was the cheapest he had in stock. Divine grass. The aura is so abundant. The young men were stunned, not expecting that Su Ping would so easily produce a high-quality divine grass. It might not be a big deal for the Heaven Asking Church's core disciples, but it was surely an ultimate treasure for outer disciples like them. Are you sure you want to pay with this? One of the young men couldn't help but look at Su Ping passionately. Su Ping nodded. Brother, I can pay for your test. Just take it back, said one of the young men all of a sudden. The other young men were shocked to hear that. Their faces showed bewilderment. They were about to get this divine grass, but this guy simply gave it back to him. Zhang Jiang Yu. What are you doing? The young men were rather angry, but none of them dared to be too loud. Their chance to keep the grass would fade if they caught the attention of other disciples. The young man named Zhang Jiang didn't say anything else. He simply took out some silver and then said to Su Ping, Brother, this divine grass is too precious. It'll be useful for your cultivation. The test isn't costly. You could have 1,000 tests with the divine grass. Su Ping was dazed for a moment, then thought that the young man was a decent fellow. He considered offering it to him directly, but then refrained upon realizing that the guy could end up being robbed because of that. So he said, Your name is Zhang Jiang. I'll remember you, just wait for it. Zhang Jiang. Su Ping patted his shoulder and smiled. Then he left and joined the line. All the young men were stunned. One of them asked, "What did he mean? Was he saying that he'll remember your favor in the future?" The others looked at each other in bewilderment. Then, they remembered Zhang Jiang's stupidity and became infuriated. They could have sold the grass and made a fortune. "Zhang Jiang, you just kicked away our free lunch. How are you going to compensate us?" demanded one of them coldly. Zhang Jiang's smile finally disappeared when Su Ping left, leaving a solemn expression. His aura changed, and he totally looked like a bad how. He just offered divine grass for money. Do you think he's not from a big family? His attire was bizarre too. What if he's the young prince of a secluded family? All of us may get killed later when his family finds out that we ripped him off. All the young men were dazed for a moment. Then they realized that Su Ping was indeed too extravagant. The young man who had scolded Zhang Jiang frowned, thinking that the latter had a point, but there was something that just wasn't right. Zhang Jiang ignored them and looked at Su Ping's back. "For me, this may be an opportunity. If he's truly the young prince of a certain big family and he remembers my favor, he might be able to help me become an outer disciple." He had his own plan. There were countless geniuses in an age where everybody cultivated while striving for immortality. Those who weren't talented enough had to fight for opportunities with their wisdom. Zhang Jiang thought that the previous encounter was a good opportunity. He didn't want to die as an ordinary person. At the end of the line, Su Ping obediently waited in line while listening to the others in the queue. He now had a deeper understanding of the heaven-asking church. The members of the rich families finished their tests while talking and complimenting each other. Su Ping had also learned how the test was conducted. It was fairly simple. He only needed to stick his hand to a pillar. A few seconds later, the nearby tester would announce the result. He too witnessed how nothing happened when some people touched a pillar. Others had made the pillars glow brilliantly when their turn came. The dragon engravings would seem enlivened. The line was quite long. After hundreds of people were tested, there was a dragon roar that echoed throughout the field. A handsome young man had laid his hand on the pillar, and the dragon engravings seemed to come alive as they let out a roar. Up on the high tower, the old men and the Mu-surnamed woman looked in that direction. The old men were all excited. Another man with a deity constitution. The Mu-surnamed woman gave a slight nod. "That's right. The dragon roar was quite loud. Maybe his deity constitution is of a high rank." Under everyone's gaze, the handsome young man was surrounded by a few white-robed young men who invited him to the high tower. The others couldn't have been more jealous. Many women asked about the man with glowing eyes. Undoubtedly, that handsome fellow would embark on the journey to divinity and compose his own legend. Deity potential 3rd tier. Unqualified. Su Ping's turn finally arrived. The plain-clothed young man who had been before him, left with frustration, lips pursed and clenched fists. The tester looked rather indifferent. Su Ping unconsciously patted the young man's shoulder as he passed, then said, "Bro, don't be too frustrated. You'll have other opportunities. I can see that you've been born to make great achievements." The young man. After a few seconds of silence, the young man cupped his hands and said, "Thanks. I won't be depressed over this. A lot of things may change in 3 years. I'll be back 3 years from now. Good luck." Hardly had Su Ping finished encouraging the young man when the tester said impatiently, "It's your turn. Stop wasting my time." Su Ping then walked towards the silver pillar. "Touch the pillar," instructed the tester. Su Ping laid his hand on the silver pillar and felt cold. Exactly at that moment he sensed that there was something sharp on the silver pillar which stung his hand. He instinctively wanted to move his hand back, but on second thought, maybe that was the actual test. The sharp thing stung fast, like a needle. Su Ping had thick skin, though. Even though he didn't move his hand, the needle was unable to penetrate. Deity potential 1st tier. Unqualified, back off, said the tester indifferently. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. He was certain that the needle was the test. Was it trying to collect his blood to test his potential? He didn't back off. Instead, he quickly bit his finger and laid it on the silver pillar again. Seeing Su Ping's action, the tester changed his expression and asked in shock and fury, "Brat, I asked you to back off. What are you doing?" A mere mortal was bold enough to defy him. He shook with anger as he dashed towards Su Ping like the wind. He was going to throw that ignorant young man away when a magnificent dragon roar resounded. It was as if the massive creature were emerging from a deep abyss and rising to the sky. The entire silver pillar was quaking. The dragon engraving seemed enlivened. The quake and the roar made the tester tremble. He stopped and looked at the silver pillar in shock. The dragon engraving on the pillar turned into an intimidating illusion that looked down at the entire square, and then roared loudly. The entire square fell silent again. Everybody fixed their shocked eyes upon the young man. On the high tower, the old men and the surnamed woman were stunned. They quickly looked, and the woman said with astonishment, "The dragon roar is so loud that he probably has a high deity constitution." The old men were quite excited. They hurriedly had someone invite Su Ping over. Next to the experts was the handsome young man from earlier, who was both stunned and frustrated at the moment. He was able to tell that the dragon roar invoked by the stranger was louder than his. The young man who had just passed by Su Ping suddenly turned around. His eyes glittered as he stared at the guy standing in front of the silver pillar. "One day, I'll shine just like you." Deity constitution. The tester snapped out of his stupor and swallowed in astonishment. He quickly flashed a smile and looked at Su Ping in delight. "Young man, congratulations. You have an unparalleled deity constitution, and you have a chance of becoming a core disciple of the heaven-asking church." Su Ping didn't give him a hard time. He simply nodded. A few white-robed disciples squeezed through the crowd and invited Su Ping to the high tower. Su Ping followed them, quickly reaching the top, which had a wonderful view. The crowd in the square were just like ants from there. Su Ping then looked at the woman on the carriage and the old men with concealed auras. They were very likely Star Lords. "Young man, what's your name?" "Su Ping." "Young man, you have a deity constitution. You'll be admitted as an outer disciple right away. No extra tests are required," said a delighted old man. "You'll be further evaluated when we return and check both your background and your constitution. You'll be given suitable training resources so that you can embark on the journey of divinity." Su Ping frowned. A background check. Still, it was understandable. After all, such major sects had to take measures when dealing with possible spies. "Okay. Su Ping, this is Senior Mu, a supervisor from our sect. You can choose to cultivate under her tutelage since you were picked in this region," said an old man. Su Ping looked at the surnamed woman. "Master, nice to meet you." The surnamed woman. They had never met before. Was the young man really that clever? The others who had been selected were just as surprised. Chapter 1150, Terrifying Cultivation Speed. "It's too early to call her master yet. You cannot be her disciple until we return to the sect and have your background checked," said an old man in a hurry. The surnamed woman gave a slight nod. "I appreciate your gesture." "Okay." Su Ping could only accept the arrangement. The other hopefuls deemed him shameless for his obsequious behavior. All of them would become immortal cultivators. Did he have to go that far? The old men chatted with Su Ping for a while longer to ask about his general situation. They proudly introduced him to the heaven-asking church once they realized he wasn't acquainted. All of the old men were core disciples of the heaven-asking church. Their potential was limited, even though they were already trying their hardest. It was barely possible to make a breakthrough without major opportunities. It seems that the ascendant state has been a major challenge since ancient times. Dragon roars came from the testing field now, and then while they chit-chatted, as someone's deity constitution was figured out. 9 candidates were gathered on the high tower at the end of the day, Su Ping included. In addition, Many other candidates whose potential had met the standard were gathered downstairs. The Mu-surnamed woman said casually, "It's over, time to go back." The old men nodded respectfully. Someone instantly waved their sleeve to retrieve the 9 silver pillars on the square. They unleashed a dazzling silver light and made the earth quake as they shrank and turned into 9 needles, which then flew into one of the old men's sleeves. Everybody's eyes glowed when they witnessed such an amazing technique. On the other hand, those who failed were regretful and in pain. The Mu-surnamed woman flew back to her carriage like an angel on earth. The tower they stood on also quaked and took off, revolving in midair as her carriage rose to the sky. Su Ping and the others were seeing rotating landscapes. Then the tower shrank and fell into the woman's hand, to then fly away after the phoenix cried. The remaining people on the square craned their heads enviously. Su Ping and the others shrunk along with the tower, making the world outside even vaster. The ones selected had eyes full of wonder after having just embarked on the journey to immortality. Su Ping was already used to it, so he didn't consider it a big deal. However, the others were already exclaiming in excitement. Even the shy ones were also envisioning their future with glowing eyes. They passed through the hazy mist and rose high into the sky, leaping into the clouds. None of the selected had ever flown before. They exclaimed all the way. A long while later, after traveling through a thick cloud, the latter gradually dispersed, revealing a mountain and a pavilion high in the clouds. The place was splendid and awe-inspiring. Outside the gate was a sword-shaped mountain that was 100 meters long, with the words, "Heaven Asking Church," inscribed. The carriage behind the phoenix flew by. A lot of people riding flying swords could be seen. All the people riding the tower were excited, knowing they had arrived at the place of deities. The Mu-surnamed woman quickly led them to a mountain that seemed to be the registration center. The tower revolved and released the passengers, who followed the elder's lead and made a line to register. There was an enormous mirror in the registration center, which reflected everything that ever happened in a person's past. It was meant to prevent spies of other sects from sneaking in. Su Ping looked at the enormous mirror and mumbled, "This mirror is a great treasure. If only I could steal it." He held back in the end. The enormous mirror glowed soon after. Su Ping looked into the mirror, only to see nothing but his own reflection. It was just like a normal mirror. Other people's reflections in the mirror had shown different faces, which belonged to their previous lives. Some women were bearded muscular men in their previous lives, and some muscular men were alluring women, having been reborn after being tortured to death, which attracted a lot of attention. The Star Lord at the registration center was slightly surprised when he saw Su Ping's reflection. He couldn't help but size him up. "I cannot see your previous life. Has someone blocked it on purpose? Tell me the truth. What are you exactly?" Before he could finish, Su Ping's reflection in the mirror changed. It was replaced by a hideous man begging on the streets. "You were a beggar in your previous life." The old man was puzzled for a moment. He then looked at Su Ping and said, "Why didn't it show up right away? Weird. Did something happen to the 3 lives mirror? Lagging, that's impossible." That had never happened before. The situation left him rather confused. But then other scenes from Su Ping's previous life were displayed, confirming that he wasn't a demonic spy. Su Ping's current life was displayed in more detail. He was born in a rich family, but his family was slaughtered when he was little. He lived in the wilderness until he was adopted. In the end, he picked a lot of skills and passed the Heaven Asking Church's test before he went there. The scenes flashed in the blink of an eye, but the old man saw it all. "Go." The old man waved his hand. He would rather not ask any further since there was no problem about Su Ping's background. He didn't know how to explain the brief blankness, but it was impossible to alter the mirror's functions. That was the Heaven Asking Church's headquarters. Nobody could cheat there. Su Ping was gloomy as he retreated from the enormous mirror, but he was actually quite relieved. He instantly asked in his heart, "System, did you do that?" Su Ping was rather surprised when he saw his previous life scenes. also thinking that something had gone wrong with the mirror. However, he soon realized that it was completely made up when he saw his past. Exactly. I used some of my power to give you a hand, but only in this cultivation site. Don't count on my help in the outside world, declared the system proudly. Be grateful to this system. You would have been kicked out without me. Grateful my ass. You made me look so ugly in my previous life. That was quite the malicious revenge. You don't appreciate my kindness at all. Get lost. The system cursed furiously and fell quiet. Su Ping couldn't help but picture a little girl crossing her arms angrily in front of her chest, turning around to show her stubbornness and fury. This guy. Su Ping raised his eyebrows and stopped arguing. Su Ping returned to the place where the Mu-surnamed woman was. An old man immediately stepped out and said with a smile, Su Ping, you've been approved by this sect. You may now pay respect to your master. He was trying to please her by attracting talented disciples like Su Ping. The Mu-surnamed woman also gazed at Su Ping. Even though the young man had called her master earlier on, it didn't mean anything. It was mere flattery. Master, it's an honor to meet you, Su Ping nodded and said without hesitation. There was gentleness in the woman's eyes. She nodded and said, Okay, henceforth you'll be my disciple. I'll try my best to teach you. We'll hold a recruitment ritual when we return to my place. Okay, Su Ping nodded. Some of the other candidates moved closer and also acknowledged her as their master. 6 of the 9 candidates recognized her as their master. As for the last 3, they had their own backgrounds and goals, so they politely declined her offer. The Mu-surnamed woman wasn't upset by this. Once the screening ended, she took her disciples away from the mountain and flew through the clouds. She eventually landed on a lone peak. Lots of buildings made in ancient styles were found there. Some disciples were practicing in the open grounds amidst the buildings. The disciples on the mountain knew that their master was back when they saw the carriage. Aside from those who were cultivating, the rest of them gathered by the gate. Master has brought new disciples over. Fantastic, we've got new toys. Phew, I'm finally out of the bottom rungs. The disciples, gathered by the gate, looked around in excitement. The Mu-surnamed woman landed, then released Su Ping and the others. All of them landed in front of the gate. Including Su Ping, the 6 with deity constitutions stood at the rear, while the others arranged themselves right behind them. The senior disciples observed curiously. They were shocked to see that 6 newcomers had deity constitutions. Master has recruited 6 disciples with deity constitutions in one go. I heard that a lot of unparalleled geniuses have been born as of late. Is it true? It's said that Bai Yanfeng has also recruited many disciples with deity constitutions. They're probably going to eclipse us again a couple of years later in the contest. It isn't bad, though. Our master has found her share of talented disciples. The Mu-surnamed woman stood in front of the hall while they discussed. The colorful phoenix turned into a tiny bird that perched on her shoulder. My last name is Mu, and my title is Zufeng. Mu Zufeng looked at those gathered with a tranquil expression. As my disciples, you must follow the 8 rules of the heaven-asking church, and my 3 rules. Those who break the rules will be either crippled or banished from this school. Apart from that, no formalities are required in your daily lives. You only need to focus on cultivation. Everyone's heads were lowered as they listened quietly. Mu Zufeng then told them the 8 rules of her sect and her 3 rules in detail. The gist was that the heaven-asking church was righteous, and nobody was to kill others easily. To put it simply, there shouldn't be a problem as long as I follow the moral code, Su Ping thought. It seemed that the sect rules weren't too strict, unless a candidate was simply an outlaw. The recruitment ceremony began after she explained the rules. Some disciples offered them tea. The new disciples drank the tea and kowtowed, thus concluding the ritual. The 6 of you were born with deity constitutions, which is extraordinary. Still, there's no guarantee to you making achievements with that alone. It is but a mere bridge for you to reach the sky. You must figure out your own approach by yourselves. Mu Zufeng then said to Su Ping and the others, in the first year, You will sleep and cultivate with other disciples. You won't have any privileges. I will make personalized cultivation methods for you when you show that your potential is well deserved. All of you have the potential to rise and become core disciples, even exceeding me. I hope that you'll focus on cultivation and not be sidetracked. All but Su Ping accepted her instructions with excitement. The potential to exceed their master. How much potential could they possibly have? The rest of the disciples looked at Su Ping and the others with envy and jealousy. Then Mu Zufeng asked a few senior disciples to lead the new disciples to their dormitories. They were supposed to become familiar with the environment on the first day. They would be collectively taught cultivation methods until the second day. As for the rest, it would only depend on their own work. I'm your senior brother. You may call me Zhao Feng. A handsome and brawny young man led Su Ping to the buildings on the mountaintop and entered a yard. While walking, he added, "All of you have deity constitutions. You'll surely enter the inner circle if you work hard. Master didn't give you any privileges only because she didn't want you to become arrogant." The group understood their master's decision. She feared that others would become jealous of them due to their potential and privileges. With your potential, you will soon leave others behind, and then we'll be able to cultivate together, said Zhao Feng with a friendly smile. The others were delighted to meet him. After their dormitories were settled, many disciples wandered on the mountain and visited the divine place, only to be shocked again. On the second day, the disciples were gathered by Mu Zufeng, who then taught them the beginner cultivation methods. It was also the cultivation technique of the heaven-asking church. The first volume consisted of 9 parts. There was a chance to reach the star state when grasping the 9th part. The second volume consisted of 3 parts, allowing anyone to become a star lord. The third volume enabled the ascendant state. The last part consisted of 5 volumes. Judging from what Mu Zufeng said, Su Ping realized how powerful the heaven-asking church was. Their sect leader couldn't simply be a celestial. They were probably beyond the celestial state.